Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. How is everybody doing this morning? It is finally Friday, y'all. I don't know what's going on with this. It just said I was muted, but it doesn't now. It is. I don't know what the hell's going on with my damn shit. Well, it's TGIF. We finally made it to the end of the work week. Some have work tomorrow and Sunday as well, but we are on the last day of March, y'all. Thank God this freaking month is over with. Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Pam. I love you though. I honestly thought you might have been at work actually. I didn't think you were home. But I am so glad I woke you up so you can come in. Anyway, so I haven't been live in a while and I noticed there won't very many people live this early, so I figured I'd go live and talk a little bit. Um, I've been wanting to talk about the Aiden Fucci trial that concluded last Friday. You know, it took me a freaking week to get on to go live to talk about it, but I am. Um, I also want to talk about the other trials that are going on and talk a little bit about summer because we are coming up on 2 years in a month and a half, I should say. Um, hey, make that money, baby. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. We all hate to adult, but you gotta do it sometime, right? I wish I could go back to work and not with my husband. Like, actually go back to fucking work. One of these days, the doctor will release me. I don't think anytime soon now that I got pneumonia in my right lung, but hey, soon, hopefully. I'm just gonna see if any other people will come in. If not, it's fine. No, I used a dollar. A dollar. That's what I use. I know that's what I said. I used a dollar. I'm actually outside today. Like I'm getting fresh air, so that's probably what it is. Like I'm at the job with my husband because it seems like when I'm not here, my nephew doesn't want to work. He wants to run his mouth and he constantly wants to play games. But when I'm on the job site, he actually fucking works. So, and he doesn't run his mouth. And yeah, so I had to be here in order for him to do work. That kind of sucks because I hate being at this job site. Yeah, we all need money, that's for sure. Like, I am like, if my husband doesn't get this damn roof done soon, he may not get paid today and he might not get paid till next week. And that kind of sucks because I have medicine I have to pick up and we have to go grocery shopping. So I don't know. I don't know when he's supposed to get a job. This job. Well, no, it says nobody's in here. I can't tell if anybody's in this chat or not. No idea because StreamYard likes messing with me. But I do want to welcome the people that watch this on replay before I forget this after I'm done. And I want to say thank you to them for the viewers and my subs and my mods and all of my loves. All right, you're good. I love you. Thank you. But if you aren't subscribed to me and you like what I put out, please go ahead and subscribe and like, share, and comment at the end of the video or live. I mean, I can't be back here because they're playing music. So, but yeah, I wanted to talk about Aiden Fucci. Like, I don't know if you all know about him. He was at the time of his arrest, he was 14 years old. He brutally and horrifically stabbed Tristan Bailey, a 13-year-old classmate of his, 114 times, with 49 of them being defensive wounds on her arms, on her hands. Um, yeah, so he really did a job, and like he was so arrogant, I guess that I want to say. She's okay. I talked to her yesterday, actually, or yesterday afternoon. Um, she's just trying to get her medicine regulated, and once she does that, she'll be back. Um, but she's doing really good. She's yeah, doing good. I mean, I don't know what else to say other than she's doing good. She's in good spirits. She's just working and trying to maintain, but she's doing great. Um, but Aiden Fucci, the day that they arrested him, which was like the day after they found Tristan's body in a wooded area by a retention pond in their neighborhood or in their community because they didn't live far from each other. Um, and he was in the cop car, and they didn't take his phone or nothing from him. And at first, and he was in the cop car playing on Snap, like making stupid ass Snap videos talking about Tristan. When you come walking out of the woods, will you please tell everybody you're okay? Or has anybody heard from Tristan or seen Tristan? The whole time he knows where she's at. And so when they finally realized he had his phone, they went ahead and grabbed it from him and checked it from him, put it up in the front of the cop car. Now he has an iPhone, so it's kind of like Google. Like you can say, "Hey Siri," and he sent a text to his girlfriend, who he called Dream Girl in his phone, and said that they took his phone. He's using Siri. That he can't read his text messages, and that would she please stick it out with him through this until it was over. So she actually testified for the state when he during his sentencing because he never went to trial because the day of trial he decided, yeah, well, what the hell, we'll go for a guilty plea. So like not even 5 minutes before the trial was to start, or actually they were getting ready to start jury selection, and before they started jury selection, his lawyer said that they had something he had something he wanted to say, and he told them that he wanted he wanted to plead guilty in this. So That kind of pissed me off. I was really rooting for this child. Waited almost 2 years, and then he wants to plead guilty right before they go to start trial, which pissed me off. Like I was so mad. Um, but during his sentencing phase, I watched the whole thing. Like you saw all of Tristan's siblings get up, except for one because it was really too hard on her. Because there was 5 kids. There was two older older girls, then there was the boy, and then the two younger the next girl, and then Tristan, who was the baby of the family. Um, she the one right above her was really close with Tristan. Like she was like really close, so she couldn't get up on the stand because it was too hard for her. And ouch, it was too hard for her to get up there and talk. So her mom added a stone. Okay, so they had this glass little jar thing that they brought in with them. And when the second oldest sister was on the stand, she presented the glass and she looked at the judge and she said 114 times. 114 times. And started throwing these teal heart shaped little rock thingies in this glass container. And then after she got done with that, she said, "This one white rock is for me a symbol of that I have no faith in, was it humanity or no faith in people anymore or trust." It was trust or faith. But either way, it was very touching. I'm sorry, y'all. Um, it was very touching to watch each one of these family members come up and talk. I don't normally watch the victim impact statements. They normally tend to like just make me, I don't know, really sad. And so I try not to watch them. But I had to watch this one considering how anticipated I was for this trial. So I watched most of the impact statements. I mean, I had it on the whole time, but whether or not I listened to it the whole way through, no, I'm not sure I did. But each one of the family members put a white rock in for themselves and gave a little, damn, fucking chocolate. Um, each one of them said something with the rock that they put in there. They said that instead of having their Bailey Sunday fun day, which was the day that they all got together, the whole family, and did something, whether it was acting crazy and having fun with the family or having dinner, lunch, or breakfast, they always done something on a Sunday as a family. And now they're saying that they don't do it anymore because Tristan is no longer there with them. But the judge told them that he advised them to start doing it again because Tristan wouldn't want them to sit there and just lose themselves per se with her not being here. And basically, they all have said that they've lost themselves. They've all lost any type of sense of family, or it's just really sad. Like, I know exactly how they feel, especially the siblings. I can't say about the parents, but I can say for the siblings, I do know how they feel. Um, because I have lost my little sister at the age of 38 in 2020, and no, not due to COVID. And no, she didn't take her own life. It was medical issues. But so I understand what the siblings are going through at this point in time. and how hard it is to move on from a death of a loved one that close and that loved, because Tristan was the light of their family. Every one of them. Every one of them. Like, Tristan was like the glue, per se. Like a grandma or grandpa would be the glue that holds the family together. Tristan was that, I guess, the purpose of their family. And she lost her life at 13 years old over nothing. Like, he couldn't even give a reason why he did what he did. None at all. And I just don't understand why people do some of the shit that they do. Like, it's really crazy. A knife. Like, you're gonna stab somebody 114 times just because you want to know what it's like to see somebody bleed out, or because you want to see somebody die, or like, there's something really mentally wrong with that kid. And then his family gets up and does their statements talking about he's not a bad kid and this isn't the kid that we know. Well, obviously you didn't know the kid to begin with, because he carried around two pocket knives, y'all. Two pocket knives. He called one picket and one poke it, or pokey and picky, or something like that. But it was like pokey and picket, or he named his damn pocket knives. Like, what the hell is wrong with this youngin'? But he got sentenced to life at 16 years old. He's got a life sentence at 16 years old. Now, he does have a review in 25 years, which would make him, I think, 41, maybe in between 40 and 42 when he goes up for review. And the Baileys all said they will all be there every time he gets a board review, to make sure he does not see the light of day. So I don't necessarily think he needs to spend the rest of his life in prison, but I think he does need the rest of his life getting help, therapy, something like that. Because at 16 years old, you're not really all there. Like, for a kid, like a man, especially a boy, their brain doesn't fully develop until they're 25. I think that's what the psychologist said. So when he turns 25, is he going to have a difference of opinion on what he did? Because the whole time through his sentencing, he didn't have like no remorse. Like, there was nothing, no kind of emotion whatsoever. He was giggling with his lawyers and just seemed like he was enjoying the time he was there in front of the judge. Maybe because he was out of jail. I don't know. But like I said, his grandma got up and read a letter from, I don't know if it was who else it was from, but I know she read something from her, spoke her mind, and then read another letter. Now, I don't remember who the letters were from, but it was basically saying that Aiden is not the person that they raised. They never raised him to be this way. And that some of the people that did testify said that Aiden had a hard life. Like, his mom, like, he was the outcast of the family. But if you listen to what his family says, that's not true. So I don't know. I would think the kids that go to school with him probably know him a little bit better than his family does. And yes, he did. It was premeditated. You are so, so right. So right. He thought about this. He told multiple friends that he wanted to do it. He didn't know who he was going to do, who it was going to happen to. He just wanted to do it for a long time. And I guess that night it ended up B and Bailey, Tristan. Um, it was a really heartbreaking case because, like, it happened. Honestly, y'all, it happened the month before Summer went missing. This happened to Tristan uh May 9th, which was Mother's Day of 2021. Summer went missing June 15th of 2021. So we just, uh, I don't know about the kids these days. Like, I don't remember anything like this ever occurring back when I was growing up. Like, I don't remember, like, there was a whole bunch of kids that ever got in trouble like this. Like, what is wrong with the kids today? Like, where did society go wrong? Yeah, he just didn't know who he was gonna do. Like, she went to go visit a friend of his, a friend of both of theirs that night. Like, I don't know if she snuck out, but she walked right out the front door. Everybody was asleep, so I don't know if she waited for them to go to sleep and then left, or if anybody knew she was leaving. Like, it just doesn't make any sense how she just walked out the front door and nobody knew. Um, but when kids say stuff and people don't pay them any attention, people need to start paying attention to their children, to the surroundings. Can't even. Yeah, I agree with you, Miss Pam. I agree with you. It's just crazy. Like, they watch, and I don't want to be one of the statistics that say that they watch too many video games or they watch too many movies that have, oh, what the hell do you call it? Damn it, I forgot what I was gonna. The word is just things like this in it. Like, do they watch too much stuff? Are they playing too many games with the violence? That's it, violence. Um, like, how did I just don't understand how you did not know about your kid? Like, how did you not know this was even a thought in his mind? I mean, I can't say I knew everything about what my daughter was thinking or things like that, but my daughter also was a loner. Like, she stayed in the house most of the time. She stayed in her room. So I really didn't have many worries about her. So I just wonder about kids these days, and like, I constantly have to keep my eye on my niece, my one niece, because she's a little hot butt, and I know she is. And I mean, she'll be 14 the 9th of April, and like, she's already talking about she wants to be in college, but when she turns 19, she wants to have a baby. Like, girl, don't make me smack you. Please don't make me smack you into next year. Like, no. But because, and I don't want to sound like a stereotype with this either, but her father, her mother married into the Mexican uh family, and her mom is more fluent in Spanish than she is English, and that's what I always tell her, that Spanish is her first language and English is her second. But you know, in the Mexican way, they all, by the time they turn, what is it, 15, they have a quinceañera, yeah. So by the time they turn 15, they're already prepped and ready for marriage or kids or stuff like that. Like, So she's like, yeah, I want a kid by the time I'm 19, but I'm still going to go to college. And I was like, youngin, how do you expect to go to college and have a kid? Like, who's going to babysit your kid? And I'm like, who are you going to have? You got to, no, you need to be married before you have a child. Like, that is like a rule in her family. Like, there is no kids that were ever born out of wedlock for family. And I promise you that. They are very big sticklers on that. No, 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 no. No, that's not what happened, Miss Pam. So the way they met up is they were both at a friend's house and they left about 1 o'clock, I think it was. They left their friend's house about 1 o'clock and they both started walking home. And they don't, like I said, they didn't live very far from each other. It wasn't a very far walk from each other. So she walked through the woods, and normally he wouldn't have went through that way because he lives the opposite direction. But he went through the woods with her, walk her, I guess, and that's when he decided to do he didn't ask for nothing on her. He just it was just happened to be they get that was in the police report. He did say that much that he didn't plan on her being the person, but it just happened to be that she was there and he carried out his plan. But premeditated, yes, because he did plan on doing it. He just didn't know who he was going to do it to. Yeah, no. I don't know what newspaper, but I know from the affidavit that I read from the police report, that's what it said in there. That it wasn't meant for her. He planned this out, but he just didn't know exactly who or when it was going to happen, who it was going to be. But I mean, that could have been from a friend or something. Like I said, like I don't know exactly what was. I wasn't there, so I can't say exactly what happened. But I'm just telling you what I read in the police report. Because if anything, the only thing he lied about through the whole thing was when they first arrested him and asked him if he knew where Tristan was or if and after they found her body, did he have anything to do with it? And as far as I know, that's the only thing he lied about was saying no to them questions. But after they said, come on, Aiden, we seen you running home from that direction of the woods. We seen you carrying your shoes. Like he was so worried about his feet being hurt that he was carrying his shoes home while he was running. He wasn't wearing no shoes when he came out of the woods. His feet were sore, he said, so he was carrying his shoes. Well, either one, they're probably too small on you, and that's probably why your feet were hurting, or two, you needed new shoes, period. So it's kind of confusing. Like, I wish they would have went through the whole trial, though. I really wish he would have never um, pleaded guilty because that trial would have been very interesting. That would have been a very interesting trial. It would have. But we got a lot more interesting trials coming up. We've got right now we're in the West, the state of California versus West. Both parents, Jacqueline and Trizelle West, they're indicted on murder in their 3 and 4 year old adopted children. Um, and today is day 4 of their trial. Uh, Letitia Stout, I think, is still in her um jury, picking juries. Good morning, Maisie. How are you, beautiful? Yeah, that could be true, Miss Pam. That could be very true. Like he didn't want his shoe print being found. Very true. But with all the CCT footage that they had of him and her walking together, and then him walking out of the woods by himself was enough, I guess, right there. And then they also had the footage of his mom, which she goes on trial for that, I think, in 2 months. I think she goes on May. I think hers is in May. And that's for tampering with evidence because she washed his pants, the blood and stuff out of his pants, and then put them in the washing machine. And they found the traces of blood in his sink, in the sink where she washed him at, and in the on the pants itself. But yeah, that could have been a very well, very, very well possibility, Miss Pam. You were correct on that. I never thought about that, but he did say his feet were hurting. That's why he was carrying the shoes. So you were more worried about your feet hurting than that poor girl laying on the ground, bleeding out, right? That's crazy. Oh my goodness, you just woke up. They need to get your medicine regulated too, love. His mom tried to wash them, and yeah, they found them in the washing machine. But they also have video of it. They have cameras up inside their house. Aiden's mom has video surveillance in her house. I don't know if it's for the younger kids or what, but there was video in the house, and they saw her go from his room to the bathroom and start washing stuff out. So they've got her on camera too. Like dumbasses, you have your camera. Hello, Alpaca. How are you, sweetheart? Tied up, setting up a Bluetooth keyboard for phone. Have an awesome day. I love you. But yeah, I really wish that it would have went through trial. That would have been, I don't know. To me, that would have been an awesome trial. Like I would have loved to hear all the information from both sides. But we have the anticipated Lori Vallow Daybell trial that starts the 4th of April. So what day would that be? That's Tuesday. Lori Vallow goes to trial on Tuesday. I can't wait for that. But that's another one that's not going to be videoed. So far, none of the trials that I have anticipated to watch this year have went through yet. Lori Daybell's not going to have hers on video. I wonder what they're going to do with Chad. They haven't even set his trial date yet since they split it up, which I don't think they should have split it up. I think they should have both went down together. But I think, and this is my opinion only, I think Chad is going to testify against her. And that'll be pretty interesting to see. Husband against wife. But no matter what, he's still going to go down because they found the kid's remains buried in his backyard, not a house they owned together, but his house that he owned. Yes, and they took the death penalty off of Lori, which I don't understand why. Like that is like the monster of the century. I promise you that is the monster of the century. How in the world are you gonna harm your two children? It doesn't make any sense that you're harming your two kids, unaliving them for what reason? Oh wait, that's right. She thought they were zombies. Yeah, they were going to be tried together, but last week, I think it was, or the week before, they decided that they were going to separate it. And I think it was either the beginning of this week or the end of last week that they decided that the death penalty was taken off the table for her. Because she was, I guess her lawyers were crying and complaining about shit because they said that she wasn't given her chance for a speedy trial. That's because the woman kept going having to have mental evaluations, competency evaluations. That is her fault. Like, you want to act crazy and try to get the insanity plea, and then you want to complain that you didn't have all your things that you're supposed to have. Well, first off, to do the speedy trial, you're supposed to do that within 6 months. For the first 9 months, she was in and out of mental places. Like, I don't know why they took the death penalty off her, and I don't understand why they took the death penalty off her. But I don't know if they took it away from Chad, which won't be right if they didn't, because I don't know necessarily if he had anything to do with the unaliving of any of the people, because you got to think they're going for Tylee and JJ, which are the kids. Then they're going for Chad's wife that passed away, and I think her husband, Tylee's dad as well. But I have this deep down feeling that they're going to try to blame everything on her brother that passed away, because he was the one that, oh, wait a minute. No, he was the one that unalived Lori's husband. So I think they're going to try to blame it all on Lori's brother. And since he's no longer here, I'm not sure, but I think they're going to try to go for saying that it was all Alex, since he's not here to defend himself, because they were all saying that, that the last time they seen the kids was they were with Alex, and then they weren't around. But like, she wasn't worried or upset, not one bit, because before they found the kids, while she was on the run, they found her and him in Hawaii after they got married. So, and I don't think it was that long after his wife passed away. I think it was like 10 days, maybe 10 days to 2 weeks, that they got married after his wife passed away. So I don't know. There's a lot of crazy in that trial. They also said there's some evidence missing too. I don't know if they have or not. I don't think she can plead insanity, because all the doctors have found her competent to stand trial. So I don't think they can go for the insanity plea. But that doesn't mean they can't try. But it just sucks because we can't watch any of these trials. Now, we can go to each court website and look to see if they normally have in-house where you can sit in the audience and watch and listen. Some are just video, and some are video and audio, and some are just audio. But you can go to the website. Like, I was trying to find the West one, but on theirs they have division and department, and I'm like, I don't know what division this is in. I don't know what department it's in. I know what courtroom it's in, but I don't know where the rest of it would be. So it was kind of hard. It took me about 3 hours, and then I finally gave up, and I was like, you know what? Like, because I tried to do it right before. Not sure if it was 4 or 5. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna try to go for her brother, her brother's death too. I'm not sure exactly. I know for sure it's Chad's wife and the 2 kids, because Alex said that he unalived her husband, Lori's one of Lori's husbands, in self-defense. So it's kind of up in the air with hers. And then you, like I said, Letitia's is still in Jerry picking, I guess you call it. We got the West on trial now, which I wish I could get in there so I could stream it, but I can't. Letitia, Lori, Aiden. There's nothing new in Summer's case. But a lot of people are going back and going over her case from day one. And I was thinking about doing it too, and I still may do it. But if I do it, I'm not listening to YouTubers. I'm not listening to none of the YouTubers. I'm just going to go through all the news articles, all the news videos, and Court TV. Not that, I believe too much of what Court TV does anymore, considering, Vinny is friends with some of the Scooby Boob Troop, and that's just not the people he needs to be listening to. So we're just gonna have to wing it day by day with the rest of these trials until we figure out what's going on. I will do a video on the West though, because I am getting updates. There's another channel that does updates on them. She does updates, I think, twice a day on it. She gets hers from a newspaper source that transcribes all their court stuff. So she's reading it directly from the news articles. And it's like step by step, everything in the trial. She's really good. It hasn't. It hasn't, not one bit. Yeah, we know a lot of YouTubers that inserted themselves in cases that they probably should have kept their nose out of. Other than covering the case, like per se, like what I do is just talk about the case. But I'm definitely not going to go in and be like, oh, well, I know this for a fact. No, I don't know anything for a fact. I know as much as everybody else knows. And depending on what case it is, it could be nothing, it could be something. You never know. Like with Summer's case, like it's a hard case to even try to even talk about, because there's certain people that try to talk about it and they get jumped on for it. Thank God I haven't had that pleasure of anybody saying anything to me about talking about Summer's case. I wanted to stop talking about her case anyway, even if people threaten me. But Summer's case is, I call it the migraine case. I really do, because every time I talk about it, I end up getting a migraine. I just wish we could find this little girl and bring her home one way or the other. 2 years, it's going on 2 years, and the 2 years too long. But everybody has their own opinion on Summer's case too. So, and they all have their own theories on Summer's case. And a lot of the theories I just don't believe. a lot of the, I don't believe a lot of the stuff that people say about Summer's case. I mean, it's their opinion and their theory, so I'm not going to say nothing about it. Only because how do I look judging somebody for their opinion when I have my own? You know. So yes, ma'am, maybe, but I'm home by 3, and it gives me time to do what I need to do. Still, daylight. Yeah, doing the morning shift, Miss Pam, is always the easiest shift to do because then when you get home, you still have time to do what you want to do and need to do before it gets dark. Although, now that we're on the time change, it gets dark a little bit later. So I was watching somebody's replay on their live. I can't remember who it was, but they were talking about some drama with BK and Tiffany, which I didn't know they fell out again. I expected it, but I didn't know they fell out again. And it makes you wonder how much some of these YouTubers really know. Like, you invested so much of your time and energy in Summer's case, so you've got to believe something that's being said. Oh yeah, you definitely do. You have to look at it at all angles. You can't just look at it for what at face value, because face value sometimes tricks you. You've got to look at every possible thing. But it's just like you think about some of these theories and speculations that people put out there, and you're like, no way, ain't no way that's even possibly true. I have. Like, I look at some people and I'm like, are you kidding me? Did you just really say that? Oh, I would never stop talking about Summer. I have been I have been on Summer's case since day one. Like, as soon as I heard about it, which was, I'm pretty sure, the day everybody heard about it. And I always wondered why it went as far and wide as it has. Like, it reached so many people in so many countries, and it always makes me wonder why, though. Like, what is it about Summer that everybody is attracted to her case? I don't know if they had anything to do. I don't think they were following. I think it had something to do with Summers, honestly. From what I understand, BK was talking to somebody that Tiffany doesn't like, and that started it. And then there's a bunch of people on BK's side that Tiffany didn't trust or doesn't like, or some crap, I don't know. And she wants them to produce receipts and stuff. I don't know. It's a big, drawn out BS. Like, I don't understand why creators go after creators. I really don't. Like, especially if you're covering a case. We're here for the same reason, not to belittle and trash somebody else. Now, it's different if it doesn't have to do with a case, but it's just personal reasons. But if you're talking about a case, there shouldn't be no reason why people should be fighting over what they're saying or their opinion or their. And yes, I know I'm one to say this because I will jump to the Wells defense in a heartbeat. I really will. Only because until they're proven, only because they have, just because they have not been cleared does not mean they done anything. they haven't cleared anybody because they can't figure out what happened or who, what, where, and when. You can't just arrest somebody for no reason. It is the love that Summer has from all of us is truly amazing, and it's something that a lot of people haven't experienced with our community. And I can't believe I just said our community because I'm really not part of the true crime community. I just cover true crime, but um, it is overwhelming how many people have fell in love with this little girl and never met her a day in their life. But it does make me wonder, though. Like, it really makes me wonder how and why so many people got attracted to this case. You've had you've had so many cases before summer, during summer, and after summer. Like, but even with Monkey's case, it wasn't grabbed as tight as Summer's case was grabbed. And the same exact thing happened to him. Like, he just disappeared. Although they kind of found somebody that they are blaming for his unalive, which I don't really necessarily know if that's true because they can't find his remains either. Like, they said that they buried him in the front yard and then they moved them. Like, there's, I don't know very much about Monkey's case, and I'm not going to pretend I do. Um, because monkeys went missing right after summer. Summer went missing, so it was barely a month. It was barely a month, and it was barely a month that since she went missing that his came out. So I kind of didn't fall in the loop with monkeys because so many other people did, but I didn't see it grab as much attention as Summers did. Yeah, I agree with you, Miss Pam. I agree with you. Keeping her name out there is like the most important thing. Like, until we get some information on what happened to her, where she's at, I pray to God every day she's still alive and she's with people that are taking care of her. And I don't know what the situation was before. Like, I'm not one to dig into people's lives. Like, I know some things you have to look beyond the surface, and you do have to dig to find out what happened or what's going on. But I mean, like, them going to a graveyard, what can you possibly get out of a graveyard? Then people are 6 feet under in a concrete box among another box that they're in. Like, you're not going to get no information from them. Why? Why go to the graveyard? Can somebody answer that question for me? Like, please. What purpose was it to go to the graveyard? Oh, I know what it was, because they thought that maybe she was buried on top of one of them. That's crazy. That's just crazy. Like, I I I'm telling you, some of the things that have come out that I've heard about Summer's case is just utterly crazy. But then again, it's their opinions or their speculations, their theories. So I'm not going to really talk on it, but I just think it was crazy. I think it's crazy. But I would love, extremely love for somebody to tell me what the purpose of them going to the graveyard was. Under his mama's, our grandmother's grave. I don't understand what you mean by that, Miss Pam. Hold on one second, y'all. Can you explain to me what you mean by that, Miss Pam? Oh, okay, you did. Remember when Molly and her crew went out there? It was digging around and said the flower pot on top of the grave had been removed. No, they said it was brand new. It wasn't moved. It was brand new and that they had fresh dirt on it. So they thought maybe she was buried underneath this little flower thing. I mean, in the thing that was on there, okay, you know the wood barrels that they used to collect the water in, right? The rainwater in back in the old days, right? Well, it was like one of those barrels cut in half. And they had the bottom half sitting on the grave with fresh dirt in it because they had the grandkids of Don's stepfather had just planted flowers on their graves for their grandparents. That's what it was. But we all know that the Scooby Doo Boob Troop is just going to tell you what they want to tell you and not tell you the truth anyway. You know, everybody says what they want to say to fit the narrative of their content. So if it's going to be there for them to make their money, and they make a lot of money off these cases. I've never seen some people make as much money as these people do. Like, oh my gosh, the super chats and the super stickers and the super things. These people get a lot of money. I seen BHB make. She got two $1,500 cash apps in one day, and like within an hour, two $1,500 cash apps. What in the world? No, I'm sorry. They weren't cash apps. They were super stickers. That's what they were. No, you're fine, Miss Pam. That's what I mean. Like, if I know the real answer, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to lie to you. I have no reason to. I have no narrative to fit. Like, I am not here for the clicks, the views, the money. Well, I ain't never made no money off this case anyway. I'm not monetized, so I can't make money that way. And never got any money on my Cash App or PayPal from this case. So I think I'm doing pretty good compared to some. Sorry, y'all. I was watching my husband up on the roof. He makes me nervous when he's up that high. But he's like a monkey. So like even if he was to slide or fall, he'd grab something real quick and pull himself back up. But this roof isn't really that high up. I would even get up there and I'm scared of heights. Not the way I'm breathing though. That probably wouldn't be a smart idea. But there was some things I did want to talk about with Summer's case. Like I was watching somebody's video. I'm pretty sure I sent it to a few people. Um, about when Don was on the behavioral panel. They were asking him questions. I think it was a bit about David Dotson. And I know this is not what he meant, but it was just the way it came out, and I never caught it until here recently. He had said they had asked him if David knew Summer or came around to play with Summer. He's like, no, not really, till after she got gone. So how did he get? How did he end up knowing Summer after she got missing? Like I know that's not what he meant, but it was just like, damn, I never caught that in the beginning. How the hell did I miss that? And then like there's just some things now that I'm looking at and I'm like, goodness gracious. Um, but yeah, I think I am gonna go back and start over from day one, like I said, and just go over the news articles and the news recordings and um, just things that actually pertain to the case other than people's theories and speculations. I didn't say anything. I didn't say nothing to you. Yeah, I don't know how I missed it, but like I said, that's because I'm I am not necessarily for them, but until they get proven that they done something to hurt the kids in any way or Summer in any way or done anything with Summer, then I'm not going to go against them. I'm not going to sit there and bash them. I'm not going to sit there and talk shit about them. Like they are a victim just as much as their child is. Candace at one point was by herself, and that's when everybody turned on her, jumped on her. Like she didn't stand a chance while Don was locked up. That's why she went off the grid. That's why she stopped talking. That's why she didn't have very much to do with people because of the way people treated her. Honestly. And I can't really blame her for what she did. I mean, I know people believe with all their heart that she had something to do with Summer Gomez because she was awful. But did anybody ever think that maybe grandma? I'm not saying she had anything to do with it. I'm just saying it's a theory, because she is the common denominator between Rose and Summer going missing. Like she's the only one that was present when both of them went missing, both kids. Um, but I'm not saying and putting blame on grandma at all. But I'm just looking at sides like everybody else does. She did leave for a little bit after Summer, right after Summer went missing. And then she came back. And then she left again. And then she came back. and she left again, and now she's back again. So she is with Candace right now. Um, I don't know. I think they have a court date in May for the boys. And no, I don't know if it has any. Oh shit! I just spilled soda all over me. Um, I don't think it. I don't know if it's for relinquish of their uh custody, parental rights. I don't know if it has anything to do with that, or if it has to do with them seeing how much of the shit that they wanted them to do before the boys can be returned. But let me ask you guys this. Tell Max I said I love him too. But let me ask y'all this for anybody in here now, for anybody that watches this later. Uh, Damn, I forgot what I was going to ask. Hold on, I'll remember it in a second. How many of you really think, honestly, truly, with all of your heart, believe that Candace had something to do with someone going missing? How many of you believe Dawn had something to do with Summer going missing? Now, I'm not okay. So the way I'm going to say this is probably going to come out totally wrong and not the way that I want it to come out. But you remember that night that when Leslie Earnhardt from TBI said that a family member called 911 when Summer was missing. She didn't say who, she just said a family member. So that could have been Grandma, Candace, or any one of the boys. Right? Because I think not the oldest boy, but the middle boy had a phone. And they have Wi-Fi, so they can, if it wasn't hooked up like service-wise, they can hook it up through a Wi-Fi number, right? Yeah. Now, I'm not trying to put y'all on the spot. I'm just trying to get my subs opinions, because I get opinions from everybody else's subs, and kind of feel like I get ganged up on sometimes. So I just want to know what my loves think about this, or what they really think, because everybody has their own opinion, and I want to know what the opinions of my subs are. Hi, I know when she called Dawn, or when she said she called 911, she said she had to use her mom's phone because she had AT&T, and that was the only phone that would actually go out without using the Wi-Fi, right? Well, I can honestly contest to that, because I have Verizon, and when I went there last year, I didn't have no service on Ben Hill or Beach Creek. Like, I had no service whatsoever. Ever. So, yeah, I know that they didn't have, they would have had to use Grandma's phone unless they use like the text now. Actually, no, from any phone you can call 911. As long as you have one bar of service, you can call 911. If I'm not mistaken, there's a way to text 911 too. Yes, they had to get them little hotspot boxes. Yeah, you are right. But whoever I'm still trying to figure out who was the one to actually call the 911 call in, because like I said, Leslie Earnhardt, I keep getting her and the Daniels girl from the news WJHL um mixed up, or combined actually. But Leslie Earnhardt from TBI said that it was a family member that called 911. They never have played the not who called the voice of who called 911. All they've ever played was the dispatch call. So the dispatch said, to dispatch out the law enforcement to their house. A 4-year-old was missing. A 4-year-old. So that makes you wonder on who it would be. I mean, grant you, yes, Candace and Don have had their issues with trying to remember when her birthday is. Hell, Don said he can hardly ever remember when his birthday is. And, doing substances and drinking and stuff like that, your memory tends to go. Like, especially when you smoke pot, you lose brain cells every moment that you smoke. Trust me. I know that one. I get told all the time I don't have a brain, or I don't use it. But there's like so many questions for this case. There really is so many questions and no answers. So I think it's time for us to start getting the answers to the questions that we have, right? I want to, I, Maisie, I believe that for so long, but now I have so many questions. And that's the reason why I want to go back to day one. I want to go back and go over the behavioral panel, go over Dr. Phil, go over all the news articles and videos. I want to go back over all the TBI crap. And as soon as I can get my laptop working, yeah, that always been one of my main things. Like, I've always thought somebody took her. And so, oh, this is what I wanted to say. So, I watched one of, okay, Maisie, close your ears because I know you don't want to hear this. But I watched one of Don B's videos, and I think it was not yesterday's, maybe the day before. And he was in the McDonald's drive-thru, and he looked, he wasn't paying attention. And when he looked up, he saw a burgundy, whatever color Toyota Tacoma with a ladder rack. Same truck that, was in the beginning of this case. Same color. There was a man and a woman in this truck. And it was just kind of a weird coincidence. But he said he called TBI and told TBI and crap like that. And one thing I don't approve that he did with the video was that he did not blur out the people's license plate. So now their license plate is all over the internet. But I remember in the beginning that there was something said about a man and a woman in the red truck, and they believed that the man grabbed Summer and the woman was the getaway driver. I don't remember where I heard it from, but I do remember hearing that. And it could have been, if it was, I mean, it could have been somebody they knew. It could have well been somebody new. Because why would somebody just pick summer? Why? Why did they pick summer? Out of all the kids, they picked summer. Why? Like, that's the question that is a burn-in question. Why? Why was it summer? Because there was three boys at the house as well. Why did they only pick summer? A rumor about Dobbs. Dobbs. That's the guy that they were having the issue with the property, right? Oh shit! I keep breaking that damn ashtray. Yeah, Jack. Yeah. Okay. So he was the one. I don't think he had anything to do with it because he came up from Georgia and he was buying that land in between, and that's when Jody Sue and Andy got pissed off because they didn't want him to buy the land. There's a lot of people in this that have got inserted in this case. Yeah, but I don't think he had the ladder racks on his thing, and I'm pretty sure he got ruled out. But Jody Sue's mom has a red truck too, and there's a red truck right up the road on Ben Hill, right up the corner. But that truck was ruled out. I mean, there's a lot of red trucks in that area. There really is. And it's not as easy as people think to remove a ladder rack and put it back. It really isn't. I watched my husband struggle with putting the one on his work trailer. So they're not as easy as people think they are to put up and remove. Because usually when it's there, it's there. Like they have to bolt it down so it doesn't move. And most of the time, people get them welded. I know it's a rumor. I know. I know. I wasn't doubting what you were saying, sweetheart. That's what I mean. There's a lot of red trucks in that area. Um, I seen at least 10 at least when I was there. And every truck I seen, I took the license plate number down. But you can tell if a truck had a ladder rack on it or not. So I mean, you can definitely tell. So they probably did rule out a lot of the trucks that are around there. So we will find out from TBI if that truck has anything to do with Summer's case or not, because he gave all the information to the TBI. He told them that it was a man and a woman driving, a man in the passenger seat. They had a ladder rack on it. There was no buckets in the truck. Um, and he gave him the license plate number. Oh, I got you. You just making it known for the people in the back. Where is he? Hold on a minute. I gotta go find my nephew, see what he's doing. How am I gonna give you a paper towel? You're up on a roof, you dumbass. Where are the paper towels at? Just say my husband is a pain in the ass, y'all. That's what my husband just said. I just want to make clear. I actually spoke text with Candace around the time of that money maker here on YouTube. She had nothing to do with it. Yeah, I really don't think she has anything to do with it either. Um, I don't want to say Don has anything to do with it, but he is sketchy, you know. And oh shit. Nice fucking catch, Heather. the I don't know. Like there's just a little weird things with Don. With Don's even though, you know, like I feel like he was just his storyline is just what everybody told him. And he's just going over it over and over and over and over again. I feel like honestly though, like because if you know the boys were supposedly with him during that day, or at least two of them, and I feel like the phone call that H was hearing was him dropping off the boys and wondering when she was going to be home because he said he was just going to stay home, but he decided to stay at work instead. So I think it was him just dropping the boys off, maybe, and that he was calling to find out when she was going to be home, so he knew how long the boys would be there by themselves. Hello, Circlebox. How are you? Oh, just rub it in, why don't you? I mean, it's pretty here too. It's like 60 degrees. It's supposed to be in the 70s. And there's a nice breeze right now, so yeah, that I said that earlier. Like it's a messed up case because so many people change shit to fit their narrative. And it's not a guarantee it's truth. Like everybody twists things all the time. It's chaotic and it's chaos and it doesn't make any sense. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, I'm back. Gotta look at the entire thing. Looking open-minded. I know, and that's why I want to go back from day one and go over everything. So because I am so quick to jump to their defense, and I don't mean to, like, I really don't mean to be an ass when I jump to their defense, but I don't like when I just don't like, it's just like you being accused of something that you didn't do or that you had nothing to do with. You know, nobody likes to be accused of anything that they have nothing to do with. So, I mean, and there's no proof that they had anything to do with it. So that's why I'm so defensive on it. Like, and I do believe in the beginning when Don would get on everybody's panels all drunk and talk and crap, I believe a lot of the shit he said for one because he knew that's what that people were wanting to hear, and two, just to go along with it. Like, I just believe that mostly everything he said was a bunch of bullshit. He's coming. Yes, that's a lot of an issue with me too, OO, because they, I mean, you've heard certain creators automatically tell you if you want to make money on YouTube, find a missing kid and exploit it. So I mean, and they took that advice and ran with it. They made a lot of money by even just putting Summer's name in the title and not even talking about her. You know? So I can dump it. Go back out there and help her. Nothing. Hold on. Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't about Summer. And it's sad that a lot of people know this, and a lot of people still do it. Still do it. It's crazy. I know, sir. I know, sir. I know, sir. You don't cover children's cases, especially under the age of 13. I know this. But this happens to be a case that we have all followed since June 15th, 2021. So it's like until there's some answers about the whereabouts of this beautiful little precious baby girl, everybody's still going to cover it. That's one thing I can actually say, that I don't have all that drama like everybody else has with the cases on their channel. And that is the main reason why I don't get all the views or people coming in to watch my lives, because I don't do the drama. I try not to talk bad about people. I mean, I might say stuff in a joking way, but I don't literally sit there and piece by piece, My husband is remodeling a trailer. He had to redo the floors, the walls, put new windows in, new doors. He's just finished bracing up the whole roof in the living room and kitchen area. He had to put all new beams and headers and stuff up so he can do the roof. He's doing the roof now, actually. That's what you hear about him banging on. And it's hard not to speak your mind, sir. Honestly, it is very hard not to speak your mind when it comes to these type of cases. But like O said, you do have to keep an open mind because you can't just go and start accusing people of things that you don't know if it's happened or not. Yeah, the lady that he's redoing all the work for is a realtor, and she owns like properties all over the East Coast. And she's trying to get my husband to be her permanent remodeler and shit like that, so that way she don't have to keep finding other people to do it. But he's not willing to travel really because I don't think he doesn't like really staying away from home too long. So he's not like me. I like traveling. I like to go on vacation. I like to get away. Like I was supposed to do that this week. I was supposed to go on a mini vacation with my best friend and her child, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. So that gives me probably a week and a half when I do decide to go to Tennessee this year. Yeah, I'm up to going, but I've gotta try to move doctor's appointments around. I got the lung doctor this week coming up, and I already moved another doctor's appointment because he said with them finding the pneumonia in my right lung now that he doesn't want me to go through the stress of the other appointments that I got to go for. So he said we can continue them on a different day. So oh, he did. He had surgery and now he's just healing from it all. I need to find a charging box. Oh, I gotta find a charging box. I don't know where my portable charger box is. I don't want my phone to die either. And I don't want to go back in the house because it's too loud in there. Oh, yes, I have not slept since the day I went to hospital. That Saturday, but in my hand, I was scared to really yell. That's up to you, sir. If you want to go live 2 months together. So I'd be nice to get back up there and talk shit to you a little bit. It's this stupid phone. Like it does it every now and fucking then. I don't know what's wrong with it. Let me try my headphones, see if that works, because I got new headphones. Actually, these are my husband's. I stole them from him. Give me 1 second. Hello, hello, hello. Can I get a hi? Hello, people. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, since somebody said hello, maybe you guys can hear me. Yeah, we miss you too. We miss your smart ass. Well, I just threw the link out if anybody wants to come up and talk. Anybody want to come up and talk with me? Maisie? You haven't been up in a while. Welcome back, Miss Pam. Well, I threw the link out. If anybody wants to come up and talk, we can talk. I haven't had anybody on panel in a while. Miss Pam, want to come up? We love to hear your beautiful voice. Okay. And I forgot what I was saying. I really forgot what I was saying before I had to fix my headphones. Um, what was I saying? Oh, oh, sir. Speaking of you, I've got um. Get the hell away from me! Get. Oh, I had two bees try to attack me. Hello, gorgeous.
Good morning.
Oh, you were uploading. Hey, I just figured out something. When you're on your phone, there's a way to upload short videos that you can show, and I just figured that out. How to do it.
Yeah, there is. It depends on if you're on your phone, your tablet, or your computer.
Yeah, I just figured out how to do it from my phone. I was
Okay,
saying
there is a time.
the what?
Okay, you're gonna have to. Okay, you're gonna have
What did you?
word. Okay, and
Yeah, you know what? I've been researching a lot the death penalty. I did not realize there was six forms of punishment if you get life. Did y'all know that? I don't have anything on. What are you talking about? All I have on is this. Miss Pam, you there?
I'm here,
Okay.
but we're talking, and then a few minutes later, the same conversation comes back and repeats itself.
I don't know if that's. I don't hear it, so I don't know if that's on my side or your side.
See, what we just said is saying it now.
Yeah, that's. I don't hear it on my side. Um, they do have it in some states. Circle box. They do have it. They do have hanging in some states. They have the six forms of death penalty punishments are lethal gas, lethal injection, which they're coming back with other things because they're trying to get the pharmaceutical companies um, do not want to keep providing the medication for the lethal injection. Um, they have the firing squad in some states. They have the
No, I'm
hanging.
not. Oh,
They have
only have my tablet on.
they have the electric chair and natural born life. Hold on a minute, Miss Pam. Let me see if it's open on mine. All right. Yeah, this is the only tab I have open on my phone. You're the only one that's hearing the repeat, Miss Pam. But yeah, there's six forms of punishment, and I never knew that. I only thought there was like a couple because I thought, most the other ones went off, but because there are 23 states without any type of death penalty punishment except for natural born life. There's four states that have to have a governor approved, and then there's 27 states that use the death penalty, one form or another. Like I was looking
Okay,
into the.
I'm gonna step out and step back in. Maybe that will help it.
All right, I was researching it for like the death penalty with Aiden Fucci because he got life. So and then with Lori Vallows being taken off the death penalty taken off of hers, and then the West and Letitia Stout are anywhere from 40 years to life in prison. So I was just researching what states did what and how, and it's crazy. There's only 5 states that do the firing squad. Only 5 states. It's weird. Like I really never really thought there was that much. Dan, hey, I'm live. But either here or there. Back to summer. Yeah, I'm gonna go back over it with an open mind and pretend I don't know nothing about it and see if it gets me anywhere that way. But I do have that notion that no matter what, I'm still not going to believe the parents have anything to do with it until they get charged with something. Because I just don't believe that they done anything like any type of. I think if anything, the kids were verbally and mentally abused, which is no better than physical or any other type of child abuse. But I just don't see that they were harmed in any other way than maybe being cursed out or being mentally abused. Like, but I got to get that out of my head before I can start anything else because I think that's gonna put me in a little bit of a pickle when I do try to go back over everything. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But does anybody else have any questions or anything that they want to talk about? Y'all want to talk about? Okay. Hello, Dragon. Welcome in. How are you? Long time no see. So does okay? Let me ask this: if they do have a vigil this year for summer, does anybody plan on going? Does anybody have any plans on going to Tennessee? Well, that's good. I'm glad you're doing okay, sweetheart. I know I talked to Robin, and she said they were looking for a place because they really didn't want them to do it at the park again, Warriors Park, because I think last year when they did it down by the horse pond, it kind of, all the people that was there, which there was a lot of people there last year. I believe they startled the horses and stuff like that. I mean, but that park is huge, so even if they don't do it at the last that spot, and the only reason why they do it there is because that was one of Summer's favorite places to be and one of the last places that she was seen. Get away from me, you damn bee. So that's why they do it there. But I and then I heard that another reason why they don't want us to be down there is because the they said that a lot of it was like a lot of trash and stuff. But I know before I left, we walked around and made sure things were picked up. Robin had picked up everything that was breakable that was left there, and people got mad. But they've got to understand that is a public state park. Not, I mean, I guess you could say public state park, but they have there's rules and regulations there. I would like to remind everyone that April is Sexual Awareness Month. Is what? Sexual Awareness Month. Um, you mean Sexual Assault Awareness Month? Okay. All right, I got you. You had me kind of confused there for a second. I never knew that. I never knew it was Sexual Awareness Month in April. Okay, let me ask you this. So, how many of y'all think that the 15th was the day Summer went missing? Or do anybody believe that it might have been before the 15th? Does everybody believe that she went missing on the 15th? Who are you on the phone with? You need to get back there and help him. No. Don't tell me to hush. You believe it was on the 15th? I do too. Do you guys believe she went missing from the horse pond or the house? Or not the horse, no, not the water, because then that would be saying that Hunter lied, and I'm not going to say that. Yeah, do you guys believe she went missing before she got to the house or after she got to the house? That the only way they would know the truth, that would be when they went to the pharmacy drive-through. Yeah, but even if they were in the pharmacy drive-through, all it's going to show you is the vehicle and whoever's in the front seat. You can't see from the back unless she was sticking her head or hand out the window. No, I don't think the camera would have showed her from the back seat. I think like literally it just shows the front, the vehicle, and if you can see in through the front window. But I don't think it shows um, who was in the back seat. But then again, I could be wrong. No, I was talking to my nephew because he's walking around on the fucking phone and not helping my husband like he's supposed to be. So he keeps telling me to shush, and that's why I said no. I am not shushing. There ain't no damn phone call a 16-year-old is gonna have that's important. I'm sorry. To where I have to be quiet. Hello, remember I'm the one that is in control of you. Like you're up here with me. You're not here by yourself. You are not here with your friends. You are staying with me. How the hell are you gonna tell me to hush? Yeah, that's not gonna fly. As soon as he gets off that phone, me and him are gonna have some words. I do not spy on everybody. Aw, you're having a birthday party for him? Aw, make sure you go live so we all can be invited. Risk for violent tornadoes increases for the parts of the South. That's not a good thing there. Not very good at all. He might be flying, but it ain't gonna be the way he wants to fly either. This little boy is 16 years old, y'all, and he has got like he's really never had direction in his life. Like his dad, I hate to say this, is a piece of crap. Like his dad, his whole life was an alcoholic, and then he stopped drinking and started smoking meth. So when I say he's a piece of crap, I mean he's really a piece of crap. His mom tries, but she was so young when she had him, and she literally had him like right after his sister passed away. So she really didn't have time to grieve for one before she had the other. And his sister was only like a couple months when she passed away. Um, they think that the parents accidentally rolled over on her and smothered her because neither one of them are small. They're pretty big. So yeah. So like since he was two, I would say he's been with me and my husband on and off from 2 to 16. And I know I did not raise him to be a smart ass mouthy kid. I didn't raise him to be disrespectful in any way. And that's why I'm here today because like he doesn't listen to my husband because my husband tries to teach him, but my husband is more or less friends with him, I guess you would say. And like I tell my husband at all times, like it's okay to be friends with them, but you've got to be the grown up. Like you've got to instill that in him. He's got to know that you're not playing games with him. And I don't like it. I don't like the way he talks. And when he's on the job with my husband, he talks to him like he's a friend, like he's not the person that's taking care of him. And it just pisses me off, and they don't get no work done. So when I'm on the job, he works. His mouth doesn't go flying at 100 miles per hour. Like he doesn't. He's not disrespectful when I'm around. He knows better because I will smack him in his head so damn hard that he can't even concentrate for the rest of the day. And that's what he told my husband last night. He was like, "Wait till we get to the job tomorrow, because Aunt Heather's not going to be there. So just wait, just wait." And then my husband woke up this morning before he woke him up, and he's like, "Hey, are you going to work with us today so I can get him to do some work?" And the first thing out of my mouth when he woke up this morning, I was like, he was like, "Are you going to work with us?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was like, "Because that roof is going to be done today. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. That roof will be done today." So I'm here, and he's been pretty much on his best behavior. Yeah, I used to for my dog, Miss Pam, but and I got too many of them to celebrate all their birthdays. Well, I love you, Miss Pam, and I am grateful that you come in and speak and try to come up and talk with us. But I am just grateful you were here at all. And I will call you later on this afternoon so we can finish our talk from yesterday. But yeah, anyway, back to the the cases at hand. So let me ask you this, oh. Oh, you're more than welcome. I could do that every day for you if, when you're off if you want. Do you think that video that we all seen of Summer, the last video that supposedly was taken over, do you think that was from that day, the 15th, or do you think that was from a different day? That I love. Y'all, I got this new chapstick and I just put it on my lips and it kind of tastes like I have suntan lotion on my lips. And don't ask me how I know what suntan lotion tastes like. Y'all cannot say you have not put suntan lotion, oil on, whatever, and went swimming and got it, had it like run down in your mouth. The one with her on the milk jugs is the one I'm talking about. Because from my understanding, that Don drinks a lot of milk, so they had to buy like 2, 3 gallons every few days. Yes, I do know that. Um, she used to post constantly, and then people started taking her videos and twisting them and changing them. Do you think? Uh, do you think Hunter went back to the house with them before they dropped him off? Welcome up, sir.
Hey, what is going on?
Nothing. Listen to that handsome voice.
I am back. My
You
voice
are
is
back.
getting a little bit better, so
Okay.
I am Circle Box and gonna slowly make my return.
Cool.
So we'll just, have
Ab-
to play it day by day.
Okay, wait. Okay. I don't think Hunter went back to the house either. That's what I was asking. But yeah, I'm glad you're back. Like, I've missed doing lives with you.
Yeah, I ain't done anything for quite a while. The channel's basically dead, so I'll be restarting that over, obviously with
Well,
everybody's
no,
help.
because once you start going live again, and you put up on the community post that you're starting to go live again, all your subs will see that. Especially Selena. You know, Selena, if she knew you were here now, she'd be in here.
I mean, I don't know. You'd be surprised. When you quit going live for a while, hopefully that rain ain't too loud. When you quit going live or uploading for a while, um, YouTube does this thing where they don't send out notifications at all anymore. Like
And
it,
that's
it
why
takes a while to build that back.
put it on your community page so people will know.
Well, I do that too, but it's still the same thing. It's just how YouTube is.
Well, what I'll do is when you do when you schedule your live, I'll go over there and I will copy the link and then I can post it out too.
Yeah, I mean, that'll work. I posted your link out, on your channel. I don't know if it helped because again, um, notifications don't go out even on community tabs. Um, if you're not posting all the time, whether it's a community tab or any form of video, then they kind of pull back on the whole notification deal, which sucks, but I get it. We all got to start over, so at some point, or some of us do. But I'm glad you've been working on your channel. I've been telling you to
Not
work on
really.
it for quite a while.
Honestly, I haven't really done shit over here. This is like maybe my second or third live almost.
I've been telling you to do more of them. I
Yeah,
told you
well,
I'd
I
be
was in
helping
the
you out on the back
hospital for
half.
like a week though, and being sick all that time, I really couldn't go live because of my breathing and shit.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you're doing better on that though.
I'm glad you're doing better too, man, because we all miss you.
A little bit. I'm still really sore, having complications from
Whew.
the dang surgery and whatnot. It's been a nightmare. Um, but I'm slowly working my way back. So I'll eventually,
Okay. Well, maybe
hopefully, be back 100. So I see Mazzy in the chat room.
yeah. She said, "Hey, tell
But
people we all miss you."
What's that?
OG, OG. She messaged it, but she's going through her own little shit right now.
Yeah.
So
But yeah, I kind of also, during the whole process, kind of stepped away from the whole crime community or true crime, whatever people want to call it. I really don't care to put a label on it. I kind of stepped away from all that because couldn't really make videos, couldn't really talk much, all that stuff. So I'm like, screwed. I'm just gonna stay away from it for a while, watch other stuff. Have you do you know about the whole Jazz Jennings thing? He's got a TV show. He's a transgender, the youngest transgender there is. It's called I Am Jazz.
I've never heard of it.
It's on
I might have read
TLC.
something on it the other day. I don't
It's
get
on it's on TLC.
Yeah, I don't pay for regular TV. I use the antenna thingy. I get
Well,
like
you can
all
see it
stuff.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Um, well, anyway, yeah, he transitioned starting at like 3 years old, and then
And
he
why?
ended he had hormone blockers put in at like 11 years old, or at 10 years old, I think, 10 or
Why?
11, and then he started having like major anxiety problems, major depression at 11 and 12 years old because they stopped his hormones and whatnot. And man, it just, I don't see how that the parents in jail for what they've done to him. And then at 17, he had his stuff cut off and they made a quote unquote female part, which we all know it's not female part. It just, I guess, maybe looks like it on the outside, and that's it. Uh, then, he's on all these medicines and all that. Well, now uh, he's like 22 and he's like 300 pounds. And yeah, there's a recent episode which is disturbing because I guess when a guy gets their stuff cut off and shoved inside of him, um, you have to basically stick something in there and keep it that wound spread open because otherwise the body's trying to heal it and close it back up. So you have to basically stretch it every few days and whatnot.
Cool.
And I'm like, what type of life is that kid living? Yeah, he might be 22, but he's got a little boy voice, little high pitched squeaky voice like a little boy. He don't sound like a girl. And I'm like, they screwed him up since he was uh, 3 years old.
But
I'm
wait,
like,
wait, wait.
this is
So,
disturbing.
question. So, if they started transitioning him at 3, that couldn't have been his idea.
Oh,
Maybe
yes,
his
they said
parents
it was his idea. They said
at
he
3 years
told
old.
them
At
that,
3 years old.
yeah, they said he
No
told
way.
them at 3 years old he had a boy body but a girl brain,
At three
which
years old. How the hell would he even know?
a 5 year old don't even know what their junk is down there. They just know that's how they pee. Whether you're a
Exactly.
boy or girl, they know that's how they pee. They don't know anything about that, and they shouldn't know anything about that besides just that.
It
It's
is.
really messed up, and I wish more people would speak on some of that these topics, but I understand some people don't because YouTube could come after their channels and
Yep.
whatnot. But you know, I'm to the point I don't care anymore. I'm trying to start my channel over, so I'm
Well,
probably going to speak on it a
first,
little bit more in depth. But yeah, they screwed this kid up since he was 3 years old all the way up until now. He's like 22 or 23 now, and
I don't see
the
how a parent can allow a 3-year-old to make that decision, though.
yeah, I don't either. Well, and I don't even see
What kind
how
of
even
thinking
at
are
10
they to
years
allow
old,
that?
well,
I mean,
even at 10 years old, How could they allow a child to
Yeah.
decide if they want to go on hormone blockers? They don't even know what that
Know what
is.
the fuck a
They
hormone is?
they don't know what puberty is, and obviously, he's not the only one. He was the start of this whole thing, and now other kids are going through similar processes where they're all on hormone blockers and all this stuff, and it's like it's just really messed up and really bizarre, and it should be a crime
I
to do
know.
this.
I know. I've seen somewhere about a kid that started doing the transformation or whatever, and at an early age, and then as he got older, he was like, "No, I don't want to do this no more." Like he wanted to be his own self again. Like I don't really understand the purpose of a transgender. Like, cause like certain ones, like I have a friend that her friend's daughter is transgender. She wants to be a boy, but she likes boys.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'm
see, that's
like,
the thing.
why do you want to be a boy if you like a boy? Like, do you really think a boy's gonna like you back unless, like
Yeah.
they're not gay?
Well, I mean, good point. And with Jazz, guess what? Where he's gotten older, he's only dating women now, which is normal. He's a boy. He likes women. But guess what? Now he had his stuff cut off, so he can't do nothing with them. He has no feeling down there because of it being chopped up. And he had to have like 4 surgeries down there. So he has no filling down there. It doesn't work. It doesn't do anything. It just looks the part, I guess. Other than that, he'll never get no pleasure from that either. And now he's dating girls, and it's like a girl, if she is gay, she's not going to want to date him because he can't perform at all. Even if she does like other girls. I mean, his don't work. He don't feel nothing. So
The only thing he could do is literally pleasure
others,
one
yeah,
way.
yes,
He can't
exactly.
get it, but he can do it.
Yeah, he
I
can do it to
I don't.
them, but they can't do nothing really to him. And on top of that, if you have a guy that likes him, well, that would still make the guy gay, even though he had his stuff cut off, because he's still biological male. And some people are like, no, he identifies as a she. I don't care what he identifies as. He is a male. He is born male. I say this, if you're gay,
Yeah, my husband
be
says that all
gay.
the time.
If you're gay, just be gay. Whether you're male or female, I understand. Oh, there's difference, gay and lesbian. I
I
don't
mean,
care the terms. If
before
you're
they
gay,
had the
be gay.
trans,
Don't get your body chopped up and
but
do all
before
this.
they do the transgender thing, that's what it was, gay. If you
Yeah.
like the girl, you like girls. Like you'll see girls that want to be a guy, but they're not going to transition themselves into a guy because they want to be a guy. They just look like a guy now.
Well, they try to. Yeah.
You can still do the hormone blockers without getting the transformation.
No, the hormone blockers are pointless.
I believe that
If you
too.
don't,
I believe
if you
it's
don't,
more trended with a teen than it is anything. I believe that the parents had something to really do with that little kid because there is no way a 3-year-old is going to say, "Oh, I have a female brain."
yeah. And
You don't
also,
even really have
science,
a brain yet.
science doesn't even back up that claim. Where all kinds of transgender they done all kinds of tests on transgenders, mainly males. It's become, I guess, a female in a sort. Have said, oh, they got female brain. They've done tests. Male brain and female brains are different. Male brains are bigger than female brains, and how they're designed is also different. And
They
guess what?
might be bigger, but
All,
sometimes they're emptier.
but all
Let's throw
these,
it out there.
hey, all these dudes that's transitioned like fully, but surgery and all that, and the ones that went under testing, guess what? All their brains came back to be that of a normal biological male. So it's like you
So
can't claim you
what?
got a female brain if your brain is coming back to align with all these other males. And the hormone blockers is just torture because it stunts your brain. It don't let your brain, because your brain starts to develop during puberty. So it
Goddamn
stunts
fault.
that part. and it stunts the other area as well. So that's not ever going to work, right? Then you want the hormone blockers also prevent you from ever reproducing, so you'll never have that option as well if you do the hormone blockers before puberty.
Mm.
It's just a child abuse.
It was under this. If that one was
Where's your silver block? Your charging block.
Huh?
Where's your silver charging block? Where's your white charging block?
in my bag.
Where is it? Can ya use it while I'm out here? Hurry up before my phone dies. I'm live. Yes, it will.
No, it won't.
Go get it and stop running
I'm
your fucking
going.
mouth. Anyway, sorry.
But yeah, I mean, it's just really messed up.
Everybody say the charge lasts 6 hours, and it don't.
Look what said. She said, I have the same issue, Dippy, with my granddaughter who just turned 14. Hers is pushing for the change.
Yeah, and I wouldn't let them go on the blockers. Here's the thing: if you have to be 21 in order to buy cigarettes now or alcohol,
Gotta be
then I
21.
think you should have to wait to be 21 to get a blocker, so that way your body is almost fully developed. It's about 25 when your brain fully develops. I think it should be about 25 when you can fully commit to that, in my opinion. But I think 21 is a fair enough age. Since you have to be 21 for cigarettes or alcohol, make them wait till 21 for blockers. Make them wait till 21 to have their
How do you
body
turn it off?
mutilated.
Don't turn it on. Plug it up into your phone. And you just plug it up into your phone.
It's not working.
Because yeah, a teenager, 13, 14, 15, 16 years old, they
There it
don't
is.
know what they're going to eat for dinner in the next 2 days. They don't have a budget for anything. They don't know what they're going to do the following day. They might be like, I want to play a video game, but they don't know if they're going to play that video game for sure or not.
Whoa, wait a minute. Hold on. So, her parents agree to call her by her male name?
Yeah, it's flush. Hold on, let me get up there, boss. I'm coming, boss.
I'll be right back.
I I don't know. Like I just don't understand why they want to do that, because you never know later on it could be something totally different. Like what if when she's 16, 17, she changes her mind. She doesn't want to do any of that. You are pretty. You're a pretty lizard. You're a cute ass lizard.
Right on there.
They're in therapy. I don't know. Like I remember when my daughter was 13 and she come to me and she's like, "Mom, I'm gay." I was like, "Yeah, it's just a phase." She's like, "No, I've kissed a girl and I liked it and I'm gay." And I was like, "Hey, that's a song." And she's like, "Mom, it's not funny." And I was like, "Okay, so you're gay. You'll be gay. Whatever." And within like a month or two, nobody said nothing about it after that, and she never brought it up again. And now she has a boyfriend. So I don't know. I wanna think of it as just as a trend, like you said, like just to fit in. Maybe I don't know. Your granddaughter? That's got to be confusing to you, sweetheart. That has got to be very confusing.
Sorry.
All right, I'm back.
All right, so your granddaughter is completely out of control and very violent because of nobody believing her, or nobody wanting her to do it, or and she's dating a dude. No. I'm not. I mean, the
That's
the stuff that she's going through. Not that she wants to be a boy. I mean, her being out of control and violent. Yeah, I want it acknowledged. The more people acknowledge it, the worse it
the
makes.
worst. Yeah, the worse he'll get for sure. Also, I seen another tactic. A lot of the trains, like community use, to like try to force their parents into doing surgeries or the hormone blockers. Is they also uh, resort to threaten self deletion all the time to advance to getting the surgeries or the hormone blockers. You know, that's another common thing among all these people. But if you go back and watch a lot of these videos, it's on.
Man, grab that before it falls back.
If they go watch videos on detransitioners, and they will tell you that they also use those same tactics on their friends and family as well to get what they wanted, to get people to call them by whatever name they wanted. And if you didn't, well, then they threatened to do that to themselves to manipulate you into going along with what they want, which is a really messed up tactic. That where that comes from in that community, I don't know. It's almost like there's a handbook out there for how you go about it with trying to convince people, and if that don't work, then you go to the latter part and say, well, I'm going to do this myself if you don't call me by this name, or I'm going to do this myself if you don't get me the hormone blockers, or I'll do this myself if you don't allow me to get surgery. I mean, a lot of these detransitioners, obviously, that regret having all that done to them. So that's a main tactic that like almost every one of them used.
I don't think I'll ever understand it. Really, honestly, because
Well, you can't change mother.
we
You
weren't
can't.
brought up like that. So
Well,
I
you
mean,
can't.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
you can't change Mother Nature. I mean,
I mean, you obviously you can. It's just not going to work in your favor.
well,
Because think about
you
it.
can't.
How is a girl gonna? How can a girl? How can a girl transform?
Well, you can't. I mean,
Like, how are they gonna get that part? Is my point.
they take out the forearm.
The forearm.
Yep. From videos I watched, yeah, they chop up their forearm and take all the skin from there,
Ugh.
and I guess muscle. I'm not sure how it all works on female to male, but yeah, they chop up their forearm to be able to make that somehow. I don't know how. I don't know how it works on either end, male or female, doing that. But yeah, I know on the women they chop up like their forearms, or I think sometimes their thighs. I'm not, it's just
Hold on one second, sir. What the hell are you talking about? No, they don't. I don't know where the hell you hear shit from, dude. There is veins. It's a muscle. How the hell are they gonna take it off a dead person? Think about what you say sometimes before you say it, dummy. Please. Anyway, sorry. My nephew tried to jump in the conversation and said they take a dead man's junk,
nope,
sew it onto a female.
no,
How
it
the
don't.
hell is that even possible?
It
I
don't
know
work, and the body would reject it. I think they've tried it though.
I'm not saying they haven't tried it, but I'm saying I know that it's not a thing. There's no way it won't work.
The body would
You're not gonna
reject
have
it.
no kind of feeling, or yeah, like you can get really sick and all kinds of bacterial and shit. Fresh
Yeah,
meat.
and it just yeah, I mean,
But
it just really messed up, and you know, there's going to be a generation of these kids that are going to have to end up living the rest of their days out in the hospital because there would be too much of a danger to society because they're going to regret what they did. They're going to regret their parents allowing them to do it. Then they're going to be mad at society for not standing
It's
up
about ready to
for
rain.
them and whatnot. And it's just going to, be a downward spiral of events. And they'd be mad at the world because now they,
Good.
their bodies are all chopped up. They have no feeling or anything and have no really use of anything. And they're going to be mad at the world and blame society for what they went through.
I told my husband yesterday, we were on the way back from somewhere, and I was like, with the kids the way they are today, they feel entitled to shit. That our country, by the time they grow up, our country's gonna be screwed. Like, we got kids like this wanting to run the country now. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
You got to graduate high school first, and it can't be a GED. It has to be a diploma. Well, I love the aspect of you wanting to be president of the United States, but you're going to be just as dumb as the rest of the damn ones want to be president. Look, I'm not getting political. I'm not getting political with nobody. I don't talk politics at all, and I'm not going to start.
Used to.
Don't start with me.
Oh, I used to. That.
You can me one more time.
Well, I don't talk politics no more either. I got away from that.
OO said, yet the child has admitted hating my daughter and wants to kill her with a knife while she's asleep. They must lock up anything sharp. Kid has tried everything to get her own way. That's like, and I'm surprised that they haven't committed her for admitting that. Like,
but here's the problem.
Crazy.
But here's the problem. That kid could possibly go to school and tell the school the parents are abusing her and this and that, and the school will help remove her from the house, and then the school, with Child Protective Services, then they would start the hormone blockers and all that without the parents' knowledge. So they'll use that. So if the parents turn her in,
child.
Yeah, so if the parents turn her in, oh, she was also adopted. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a big deal on that. But
she had issues to begin with before. That's why she was adopted.
Maybe not. But that's not really the point. The point is she realizes that she could go to CPS herself and say, hey, my parents are abusing me. They're not allowing me to go by these pronouns or these names, all this garbage that they come up with. Then CPS could step in, be like, look, we're removing that child from your home. You're abusing them. And then guess what? CPS would turn around and get them on hormone blockers and then start to get them set up on down that road to have the surgery.
CPS to do that.
Yeah, they have. They have done that.
Wow.
Because these kids have learned how to play the system to their advantage. And yes.
Well, I guess it would depend on what state you're in, because I know for a fact North Carolina does not even like the issue of the transgender thing. Like, none of our state officials, like, they've had plenty of things. What are you doing? It looks like it's about to rain any minute now.
Okay, so to you. So I guess she's probably tried that.
The child is blood but adopted.
Yeah, but she said the state does not want her. So evidently, it sounds like she's already tried what I talked about that kids have done in other states. I'm not sure what states, but they've done it.
Well, look what she tried to do with the principal. What? Oh, my baby.
Okay.
Okay, that's about like me. They're saying that kids don't know that they were born a female, but they are a male, trapped in a female body.
Yeah.
When I'm a poor person, trapped in a rich person's body and want to be rich.
People have done that. People have said they're billionaires. They identify as billionaires, and the government laughs at them. There's people that came out. There's people that came out and said, "Hey, I'm a billionaire. I identify as a billionaire."
Don't they have to have the proof of that though? Like I don't understand it at all. Like I don't think I'll ever understand it.
I don't
honestly.
understand it either. Yeah,
Oh,
see,
wow.
O2, that's what I'm talking about.
Getting hungry.
There's like a handbook out there somewhere on the internet telling these kids, the first steps of how to go about this whole thing, and then how to go to like the end result to be like, I'm going to threaten to delete myself if you don't call me this name, or I'll delete myself if you don't allow me to get blockers, and so on and so on and so on. And it's like a rule book. It's out there on the internet somewhere that these kids are finding and using it to a T.
I couldn't tear them out right near the end of the kitchen. We might have to stop like right there. But I have to go get some
She also tried suicide at her grandma's and wonders why grandma won't even call anymore. This is an expensive child, so the state does not want responsibility. I can imagine. I mean, I can't, but I can, at the same time. Like,
Yeah, it's messed up.
it is. Like, I don't understand how and why.
Yeah, it's just gonna
That's the
keep
main
getting
question.
worse.
Why? Why? That's the question. Why?
I don't know, like, I don't know the steps like a parent could take to get their child help, to try to show them, hey, you're going down a path where it's going to mess your body up for the rest of your life. You'll never be able to have kids or make kids. You'll go through with the surgery, and that surgery is going to kill off, all the filling that you would have down there. So you're never going to have that filling as well, and
I feel
you're
like
going to live like that your rest of your life.
Kids anyway.
Yeah, but it don't matter. They might not want kids when they're younger, but when they get older, they might want kids, and guess what? Now they can't have kids at all, even if they detransition back to their born sex.
I just think I don't know this whole topic right here is
It's child abuse.
it's not a dippy subject. I promise you.
It's child
really,
abuse.
I don't understand it, not for one bit. Like I don't understand why a child would want to do it, and I don't understand how a parent could let the child do it.
I think it's
Like
mainly the trend.
When you turn of age, that's one thing you want to do as long as you're paying for it. But I don't have to. I don't have to agree with it.
But
Like,
even then, I still don't agree with it if you're of age, because these doctors are taking advantage of mentally ill people and telling them, yeah, you need this surgery. The surgery's going to make you better. And then a lot of these guys that had their junk cut off and turned inside out, they don't tell them, oh, by the way, you're going to stick something in that thing every other day or every day to keep it from healing up and closing in on itself. And they don't tell them about all these other health problems that come along with doing something like that either.
Huh?
And whatnot.
Oh, I don't know if it did or not.
It's I don't know. It's weird. It's really odd. It's child abuse is what it is, and a lot of people out there are trying to stop it from happening, and a lot of these doctors are now being sued by former patients that went through with the surgery. And a lot of these people said that the doctors did not tell them like all the side effects of once you have it chopped off and turned inside out, all the complications and problems you're going to have from that, and how you're going to have to fight it your entire life to keep it from healing up, because the male body is going to want to heal that wound up.
I honestly cannot wrap my brain around it. Like I'm guessing I'm gonna have to get somebody that is that that has transitioned and talk to them and maybe get some more insight on it because I don't know enough about it to understand it, and I want to understand completely why they would want to do that. Like,
Yeah.
seriously, why does a girl want to transition into a guy if they like guys?
Well, here's
It
the
doesn't
thing:
make any sense.
when they're young like that,
But what happens if later
they
on they want
don't
to
know
change? They don't want to do that.
what they like.
Yeah, and in my opinion, a 3-year-old doesn't
Talking
shouldn't even
about,
have that kind of.
yeah. Well, now he's, when after he had the surgery at like 18 or 19, guess what? He started dating girls, and yet he was identifying as a girl, but he already had everything chopped off and whatnot. Then all of a sudden he starts dating girls. That tells you right there. At 10 years old, he didn't know if he liked girls or boys. And now he's gotten older. He does like girls, which makes him
Well,
straight.
for a boy though, you got to think a boy's brain isn't really matured until like 25.
Yeah.
So you just became mature, Mister.
I've been mature for a long time.
Your brain just came into effect.
Hey,
But you have to have a brain for it to be on pause, my dear.
but it's just weird, with all this. And I don't know, something has to be done. And like I was saying, these doctors are now being sued by former patients who went through the medical surgery of the transition part. Now they've turned around and been suing these doctors like crazy, and these doctors are getting really worried now because if more and more and more of these trans people come out and start suing them, well, it's going to create more and more problems for them because they're going to start losing even more and more money because of what they did to them.
Yeah, I just don't know.
And also,
I'm
here's
glad
another
O's
thing: the
here though.
therapist, well,
I'm glad
therapist,
O's here to explain a little bit more to us since she's
well,
like
here's
literally
another
gone
part of
through
it.
it.
Dippy, all you would have to do is find a therapist, like a trained type therapist. Okay, go see
Uh,
a therapist. I think it's a therapist or a psychologist. I'm not sure the difference between the two. Anyway, someone you go and talk to and whatnot. Uh, all you have to do is find the right one. Go there one time. And all you would have to do is tell them, "Yeah, I'm a male, and I would want to start, testosterone." Guess what? All it would take is you about like maybe 2 visits, and by your third visit, they'd make sure you're on testosterone.
I thought that would have to go through a primary care though,
Oh,
or
well, they do, but the
regular physical
therapist will
doctor.
sign off. Yes, but the therapist will sign off, giving you the paperwork to take to your doctor to get your doctor to prescribe it to you.
Mm.
See, because the doctor would send you
There's
to a
something wrong
therapist to
with
make
the system.
sure that is what you need. So you go to your doctor. The doctor says go to a therapist. You go to a therapist a few times, and then you go back to the doctor with the paperwork. Now the doctor's like, okay, well, you've been through all that mentally. They evaluated you. They, agree that you are a male, and we're going to start you on testosterone. And that's all it takes is about 2 or 3 visits, and now you're getting testosterone without any more in-depth research, questioning, evaluations, any of that stuff. All it takes is a few visits to your primary care doctor, and then a therapist, and then back to the primary care doctor with the paperwork, and then the primary care doctor will be like, okay, well, you've been evaluated. They agree with you, and they feel it's safe, and I feel it's safe, so we're going to give you testosterone. And then, there comes in the testosterone rage where it messes with you. Because, I mean, guys obviously have that. just from puberty with testosterone levels spiking and whatnot. That's why boys fight. That's why boys act crazy when they're real young, going through all that. That's why.
Okay.
But then you put a female on it that's like already went through female puberty. Well, now you're giving them testosterone. It's going to do the same thing to a female. It's going to make them go berserk for a little while because now
Well,
they're experiencing a high spike in testosterone.
females can start as early as like age 10, I believe.
Yeah.
That's why, like, I know. I mean, I've seen a lot of Mexican girls that have babies by the time they're 15 because they're prepped for this early. That's what I was talking about earlier. They're prepped for that shit. Like, as soon as they turn,
Some are, some ain't.
I know. The ones that I know are like that. Like I was talking earlier about my niece. She's gonna be 14 this month, April, and she's talking about when she's in college, she graduates and goes to college. She wants to have a baby in college, and I'm like, and how the hell do you expect to take care of this kid? Who do you expect to watch the baby while you're in school?
Yep.
And she's like, did you forget, Aunt Heather? She's like, by that time, everything is going to be computer based, so we can do it at home. And she's like, I want to be a lawyer. And I was like, no, ma'am. You could be a lawyer, but don't make me smack you. Please don't make me smack you. You don't need no kids. You are a kid. Why are you thinking about a kid? I mean, we've basically got to force her to still be a kid because she's trying to be grown. I mean, she's 13, about to be 14, and looks like she could probably be about 17.
Yep. I had a family member like that, but I think she was 11 years old and already, I guess, went through all of that puberty stuff. And if you would have seen her, you would have thought she's like 19 or 20, and she had like a real big chest and whatnot. Everybody that seen her thought she was like 19 or 20. She looked it. She could have gotten in clubs as well without any issues, but she's actually 11 years old. And it's like, I don't know, it was really weird. Seeing someone that young already go through that, and then their chest is that big and whatnot. And she ultimately, she started sleeping around with everybody by age 12. And went downhill from there. And now she looks like she's really old now. She looks really old, and she's not. She's only in her 20s.
Wow, that's crazy. Oh wait, I gotta tell you guys something that I found out yesterday before we go any further with this conversation. So if you guys have DoorDash and you have the Wendy's on your DoorDash, you can go in and today between 6 and 7 tonight, you can get $30 worth of free Wendy's, but you have to put in the code Biggie 30. I'll find out the rest of the information to put on my community tab. I found out yesterday.
I ain't got no DoorDash.
I went to try to do it for myself, but that's the one fast food place that they don't offer on my DoorDash.
Oh, well, I don't do any of that crap. I don't keep up with this technology that much.
It was in one of my chat groups on Messenger. Somebody had told me about it because I was trying to figure out what I wanted for dinner last night, and they were like, "Oh, you can get free Wendy's," and they told me how to do it, and I was like, "Fuck!" I was mad as hell when I found out that Wendy's, that was the only thing that wasn't offered. Like, we got Hardee's, Bojangles, Pizza Hut, everything, McDonald's, Burger King, no Wendy's.
Yeah, I like Wendy's. I ain't had Wendy's for years. I ain't had fast food for years. I just quit eating it.
I love fast food.
Well, and plus it's too expensive. I ain't at McDonald's. I ain't ate at McDonald's in years. Last thing I got was recently was pizza. That's about it.
Well, I'm not trying to be a fucking babysitter, man. 16 years old, don't need a damn babysitter. Should be able to do shit on his own. Not my
I don't
damn.
know about that. Nowadays they can't.
Yeah, that no. Well,
They got that technology in front of them all the time, teaching them.
after what I was saying about him is like his parents are fucking. His mom tried, but she was really young. So now that he's back with her at the age of 16, he's pretty much like, I'm grown. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want regardless, and that's just not working for me. Like they allowed him to stop going to school and everything, and he knows that for him to live with me, he has to be enrolled in school. He has to go to school. I don't care if you're working or not. You can work after school and you can work on the weekend.
Yep.
You go to school. You can't do shit in life without school.
Yeah. Somewhat. It's more difficult. A lot more difficult.
Everything's just different. Like everything is different from when we were kids to now. Like
yeah, I mean everything changed.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
like
some
this
careers.
Would not have been going on when we were growing up.
Yeah, I mean,
if
there's
it was,
some careers.
We didn't know about it.
Yeah, thankfully. I mean, there's some careers you can do that don't have to graduate high school. You just get a GED. But I mean, it is the same thing.
A lot of places don't accept it, though.
Yeah, a lot of places nowadays don't accept it. So you're better off just staying in. Go ahead, get that piece of paper, and then do what you want to do after that.
Yep.
I mean, you ain't gonna be doing a whole lot anyway before that, unless you somehow create a business and you got a family backing you, or you start out on social media doing something and it blows up while you're in high school. Yeah, that's something extremely hard to do. It's possible, but really hard to do. But you still want that piece of paper from graduating from local school,
The gratification of that paper is mainly what it is. You know what I'm saying? When I got my high school diploma, I was like ecstatic. I was like, yeah, ain't nobody can tell me nothing. I got my high school diploma. I'm good. And now I feel like shit because I never finished college.
I never went to college.
I went to
that
Florida.
wasn't for me.
I
did. I graduated high school. How? To be honest, I don't know. I don't know how I actually graduated. I didn't do the schoolwork. I didn't do homework. Teachers ended up just giving me all the answers because I just flat out refused to do it. I didn't like school. It wasn't for me, but I did stick it out. And at the end, they did end up allowing me to graduate. Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's a unique situation. It happened to me and several other students. I guess they got tired of us and whatnot, and realized that. Well, and here's the thing. So we finally realized that it would screw over the teachers if a lot of us started doing really bad on like tests and all this other crap. It reflect on the teacher. And then the teacher realized we realized that. So then the teacher said, screw it, and just started giving us the answers. Because it could cost the teacher their job and all that, because then it'd reflect on them that they weren't a good teacher when they were. But we were all, several of us was stubborn and didn't want to do anything. So then the teacher started giving us the answers.
Wow.
So.
And Maisie, no, your daughter does not look like she's 13. Maisie's daughter is gorgeous. Like, she's really beautiful. But she's tiny. That's what her age is. She's short. So she looks like she could be a kid, but she's 17, so she still is a kid.
Yep. But I did go to trade school. That is better than college.
Hey, Tyler. What's up? That's my little big brother, y'all. That's my Ty. Yeah, I don't think I could ever be down with that situation, though. Like, until I fully understand
Be down with what?
do it. Like with the transgender stuff. Like I just can't.
Oh,
Like I mean, to each his
you
own.
you could
You know.
never understand it. There's no understanding. There's no understanding crazy. You
But
can't
that's what I'm saying.
understand crazy.
So to each his own. So therefore, what you do with your life is what you do with your life. But at least wait till you're grown to make that decision. Don't do that while you're in school because you never know by the time you graduate college or whatever, that's not what you're going to want no more. Like you've got to think about it before you actually do it. Like,
Well,
and
for example, look at all these kids that go to college. They go to college for like their first year in college for one thing, and then halfway through that first year of college, they're already wanting to change it to something else because they don't like what they're in college for now. They thought they would have liked it, but then they realized they didn't like it. So if a college age freshman, 18, 19 years old, is changing up their career like shortly after they start college because they realize they don't like the path they're going down, well, I would say transgender is probably about the same basis of it. They might not like it once they fully commit to it, and then guess what? There is no going back and change afterwards.
well, I know, like when they first started the transgender thing, where they were having the bathroom issue with the guys that associated themselves as a female going into the female bathroom.
That
I
is
know
a problem.
for a fact my husband and my little brother both said if if any man walked in after my daughter walked into that bathroom, they were following in and he was coming out in a wheelchair.
Yep.
Like they don't play that. Like
Yep.
what you're
Well,
born with is
yeah.
where you use a bathroom at. Like
Yeah.
because I think a lot of guys do that and say that so they can do what they want to do. Do you understand what I mean?
No, yeah. And yeah, that's happened a lot. A lot. And yeah, it's really messed up and sick and disturbing. But that's just like with women's sports. There's no such thing as women's sports anymore. It's biological males and biological males that say they're female. Those are the only two sports out there now. There's no female sports. They don't exist. Females can't ever compete against the biological male, ever.
It was the stupidest and the dumbest mistake they ever could make, because identifying as something and not being it is totally different. Like
No, it's
I
the
don't
same thing.
understand how they're going to allow them to use. Like why don't you
It,
make their own bathroom? Make their own bathroom.
but it's the same thing with the sports stuff. It's the same thing. So they're
Well,
they're
I don't.
going to eradicate women's sports, like because a female,
Ow! I just burnt the shit out of myself. Uh huh.
because like the other day, I think it was is over in Canada. This guy, he's a power lifter. You know, these power lifter dudes look like they're obese. They're, I mean, massive dudes. Um, and this guy identified as a female. He has a big old beard on him, you know, and I mean the dude
What?
is massive, and this dude has won many male competitions, right? So then he identifies as a female power lifter. He goes into the women's and he shatters the women's weightlifting record by over 100 pounds. And a female will never ever be able to beat that record ever. Even if they're on steroids, they'll never be able to beat his record ever.
I don't understand how that's even logical though. Like
Well, you know why he did that? He identified as a female, went into that competition. Then the day after the competition, he told everybody he identified as a male again. And more guys are doing it to prove a point that hey, we're just gonna come in, crush all these women's records to show you all how ridiculous this is. So now a lot of guys are saying they're female, joining the female sports, crushing them at their own thing, and then the next day identifying as what they are, a male. And they're going in there with full out beards and everything, not even trying to look like a female. They don't have to.
yeah, no, that's just And oh, I
It's
have no
funny.
idea how we went from Summer Wells to this topic. I have no, I don't know.
You are welcome.
I really don't know how we went from the missing child to transgender.
Well, I mean, child abuse. It's child abuse, right?
Well,
Different
I mean,
degrees.
it's I guess you could consider it a form of child abuse.
Oh, it's not a form. It is child abuse.
I mean, but I guess that would depend on how you look at it because some parents are okay with it and they don't see it as child abuse.
It don't matter if the parent sees it that way. Some parents don't see it as child abuse as taking them into their bedroom and doing stuff with them. They don't see that as abuse either.
That's definitely.
It's all abuse. I know it's different. Well, it is. Yeah, it is different to a degree, but it's still child abuse. That's how I view it. I mean, it's still child abuse. There's all different forms of child abuse, different degrees of it, but child abuse is, at the end of the day, child abuse.
Yeah, I guess.
Some is worse than others,
Well,
but
when I hear child abuse, I think of a child being like physically abused. I don't.
that's mentally being abused by telling them they're a little boy that he's a girl. That's mentally
Yeah,
abusing them.
that is really fucked up in any aspect.
That's mental abuse. That mental abuse is sometimes worse than physical abuse
Oh yeah,
because
verbal.
you can break someone's arm. Okay, they can learn to deal with that pain, and that pain will eventually get better. But if you mentally start breaking someone's head, like their mind or their brain, they're never going to heal from that. You can't. There's certain like scars you could get mentally that you'll never heal from ever. No amount of therapy or medications is going to heal you from that. But you, someone breaks your arm, yeah, that's going to take some time, but you're going to eventually heal from that and get better. And then forget about it. Mental abuse is actually worse in some cases than like physical abuse.
Oh, I've always said that. Like I think verbal and mental abuse is worse, but it depends on the situation too, though. Because like I don't know, there's all different kinds of ways you can look at abuse.
Yeah,
Like
I agree with that.
some people can think that they're protecting their children, and actually, in the long run, they're actually harming them.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's all different forms of it. That's for sure.
Yeah, some is worse than others, obviously, but it still comes down to abuse.
It
When
just
you have
drives me
to
nuts
physically
that you
abuse
can't even.
somebody.
It just drives me nuts. You can't even smack the shit out of your kid for cursing you out without it being child abuse.
Yep.
Or your kid can put their hands on you, but as soon as you put your hand on them, you're the one that gets in trouble for it. Like that's
Yep.
crazy, and
Yep.
it doesn't make any fucking sense whatsoever.
Nope. But yeah, a lot of stuff. It's going to change in the future. There's a lot of people. It's trying to stop this whole trans movement type deal. A lot of the LGB uh, community, they're against the trains, and they're against the trains. Trying to convince these kids that they're trans. So you got within that own community, they're starting to fracture and bust apart because you get the lesbian and gay and bisexual saying, "Hey, we don't agree with the trans part of this. We want these kids left alone as well." And then you got the trans community that say, "Hey, we're just trying to expose them to possibilities of different things."
Watch your mouth. I am standing right here.
But I'm gonna get ready and hop off of here. But yeah, I know I kind of steered the conversation away from Summer Wells to
Fine.
the
No,
whole
you're
jazz thing, but yeah, it's something has to be done out there. I know some politicians are trying to make some laws protecting these kids from not being allowed to go through blockers at a certain age and not be able to get surgery at a certain age, which I agree with. Um, shouldn't take a politician to have to put something like that forward. It should just be common sense. And doctors should have the common sense of being like, hey, we're just not going to take this cash grab. We're going to, make you wait until a certain age.
First off, doctors don't give a shit. They just want the money that they're gonna get for doing all this shit.
Yeah, but
So
now
they
they're
don't give
getting
a fuck.
sued. Well, they do now. Because they're getting sued now by these former patients.
I don't really think. I don't really think. I mean, how can they get sued by a former patient that wanted it done? That's what I don't understand.
Because
Like
they didn't
they were the
explain
ones that
everything.
wanted this shit done.
Because they didn't
I
know.
mean,
They not all the details
well,
were explained
obviously,
to them.
they. Well, then it should be on that person that got that change because they should have
And
done
the
their homework
doctor.
on it before they even went with it.
But the
I
doctor
just
is supposed to inform you of all the possibilities of the good and the bad. They're not doing that. So now they're getting sued.
I don't know. Like I
Because
don't
see, some of
agree
these
with
doctors
it.
were telling these young people that they can have their junk cut off, and then if they didn't like it, they could build them new junk to put back in place of it, and everything would be fine. They didn't realize that once it's chopped off, there's really no going back. They never informed them of all these other issues, just like with this, they call it dilator, when a guy has his junk shoved inside of him. They have to
Oh
keep
my
it.
god.
They have to keep that
That,
thing spread open because
doesn't
otherwise the
that make
body's
you
going to
cringe
heal it.
though? Doesn't that
Yes,
make you cringe?
it makes
Like
me sick, but it's the truth. And these doctors were not telling these guys, hey, when we cut your junk off and shove it inside of you, by the way, you're going to have to stick this object in you and keep it spread open because your body's going to try to heal this thing up
oh
every
my
day of
god.
your life. So you got to keep that thing spread open so it won't allow it to heal. A lot of these patients weren't even told about that until after they had the surgery. So that's another
Yeah.
problem that
No.
you could say the patient's at fault, but the doctor should have informed them.
I believe it's both of them, not just one or the other. I just think that they
But
should
one's
be
mentally ill
told
and
to
one's
do
a
this
cash
until
grabber.
they are old enough to make that conscious decision with a brain and not, it just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it don't. But see, one patient, my opinion is, the one person involved in the whole deal is mentally ill. The other one involved in it is just seeing dollar signs. Which one do you think a court would go with? The one that sees dollar signs or the mentally ill one? So they're going to go with the mentally ill person and be like, hey, they're mentally ill. They weren't informed. You didn't tell them everything. You didn't tell them all these other side effects of having the surgery. You didn't tell them that they'd have basically no feeling there and no use of it and whatnot.
Damn it.
So then it goes back on the money grabber, the doctor.
Yeah.
Misery loves company. So some of these doctors are transgender themselves. They know all the issues. They know all the major problems with it, but they're not telling their patients, "Hey, don't do this." They're telling them, "Hey, yeah, do it. I want more
What
misery."
if, but what if some of these doctors really don't know all the consequences of it and they're
Well,
just
then
doing
they
it because they
should.
want that money?
Well, they shouldn't do it for the money. Then it falls right back on that doctor because they're not informed. So they shouldn't be doing a surgery that they're not informed on. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. I don't know.
Because
I
you wouldn't want
really,
a doctor doing heart surgery if they're not informed of everything about the heart. If they don't have all the knowledge of
oh,
how a
I
heart
agree with
works
you.
and everything, you don't want that doctor doing heart surgery on you just because they know a little bit about heart surgery. You don't want them performing a heart surgery on you when they're not fully informed on it. So yeah, it's the doctor's fault. That's why they're
Yeah.
getting sued. And I agree that
I
more of
just,
those people need to sue them and force them out of
well,
business.
I believe that's why I said I believe that if they're going to do that, you can't, just like you said, you can't buy alcohol, you can't buy cigarettes till you're 21. How can you make a decision like that until you're old enough to do it. Like, I mean, you should be
Exactly.
18 to join our military.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at least be 18 to make that decision. Like, I
Yeah.
don't think under 18 they should be allowed to make that decision.
Yeah, I agree. But it's just, you know, I don't know. It's a really messed up situation in time with these doctors. And also, doctors took an oath to do no harm. What are they doing to every single one of these patients? That right there puts the blame right back 100% on the doctor. They are, in fact, doing harm to all these patients, whether they know all the ins and outs and side effects of having their stuff cut off and reconstructed. If the patient does, fine. But the doctor still took an oath to do no harm. And guess what? They are, in fact, doing harm. So now it puts all the blame right back on that doctor, no matter how much the patient insisted to have it done. See what I'm saying? Doctors took the oath, and
Exactly.
they're not now upholding that oath. They're going against that oath.
Yeah.
So they're
Mars, you
harming
missed
these
the whole
patients.
conversation, my love. Like we started the conversation with a 3-year-old telling his parents that he was a girl trapped in a boy's body, and by 10, 11 years old, they were already on having him on hormone blockers. Ugh. Like it was, yeah. Like I don't see a 3-year-old having the mentality to just say, I'm a girl in a boy's body. Like, I feel like all kids, between the ages of 1 and 3, I mean, 1 and 5, are going to experiment. They're going to do things of the opposite sex, like play dress up or whatever, just because
Yeah,
they don't know any better. But once, you start like preschool, kindergarten, you learn a little bit more. Because they are teaching the kids a lot more shit nowadays than they did when we were in school.
but they still don't
Like they're
understand
teaching the kids
everything.
about this shit. Nope. And that's why I don't understand why middle school kids are learning about this shit.
They shouldn't be. But see, it's being pushed. That's another agenda.
Yeah.
It's being
Is that the one
pushed.
you were talking about? Jazz?
Yeah,
Mars
yeah.
said
That's what I
something about
told
jazz.
you. That show. Yeah, that show. I Am Jazz. He's the one that got this going. Well, I don't blame him. He's not the one that got this going. His mom and dad are the ones that got this going. His mom and dad are the ones that
How about
start
the
calling him a
3-year-old,
girl.
right?
What?
Okay,
Well,
so
Mars, I
that's
agree.
the 3-year-old was that.
Yes, but now she's like 22 or 23. Yeah, Mars, I agree. Well, I don't think she got what she wanted. She never had a childhood. Um, Her mom did this to her.
I don't think
Well, I say
I
her, but
believe
it's
there's
actually a
more of this.
boy. Uh, the mom did this to him. The mom told him he was a girl, planted that seed in his head. Then he started saying, I'm a girl, I'm a girl. And then it just snowballed from there. And then they kept coercing the child into being a
That's
girl
child
or
abuse
thinking
right
they're a
there.
girl and going down the path. And then the hormone blockers. So he never got the chance of puberty whatsoever because he's put on blockers at 10 years old and then had surgery at 17 years old. The mom is the one that created this. Jazz, I feel sorry for him. His life is screwed up. His life is the only thing he gets out of life is just by talking to people. He can't do anything else beyond that. That's all the ability he has. And he sounds like a little squeaky, like 6 or 7 year old boy. He don't sound like a girl at all. And that again is due to his mom. His mom did all this to him. He didn't make all these decisions. He didn't agree to all this. He might have just came out and been like, yeah,
What is
I'm a
his dad?
girl.
Is his dad
But
involved in this shit too?
the dad is like a pushover, but yes. And also sometimes on the show, uh, the dad has slipped up and said like there was an episode I did end up watching, and the dad, Jazz was on a beach and then left the beach and went to this club, and the mom was like freaking out, and they were talking, and the dad's like, yeah, I don't know, he was at the beach. It's like, wait a minute, he was? I thought it was supposed to be a girl. So the dad even gets lost in the whole thing. The dad still looks at his son as a son.
Well, I
Yeah,
know I don't
yeah,
probably have
Mars is
very
right.
many male audience people, but after this is my live is done, and anybody that's male that catches this replay, I like your opinion on this topic. But yeah, no, I don't believe in it. Like, I don't believe that a kid should have that power because they're not even physically or mentally old enough to make a decision like that.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta
You know?
go. I'll be in the chat room.
All right.
Thanks for having me on.
Thank you for coming
Later.
up.
God bless.
Love your face. Oh Lord, that was a conversation that that is for the record book. No, Mars. TJ would have killed you now. Damn, I've been live for 3 hours. Holy shit. Yeah, I don't really believe that their brain is developed enough to make that decision either. He didn't want the fucking stroller. He just wanted the damn wheels that came on the stroller. That's funny because I could see TJ being like that. That was funny. But that'd be like Des. Like, what would you say if she came to you and said, "Grandma, I don't want to be a girl no more"? What would you say? Even with the parents' consent, what, Ty? Meaning that they shouldn't be able to make that decision with the parents' consent. I think, like Circlebox said, it's a form of child abuse, though, if the parent consents to it, because the kid isn't old enough to even know what a hormone is under the age of like 13. Like, they still don't understand what it is over 13, but because a man's brain doesn't complete until around 25 years of age. So, like, I'm never gonna understand it. I won't. And I don't know. It's just a weird, I don't want to say story, but it's a weird, uh,
concept to understand. I mean, I understand when somebody wants to be gay or is gay, not wants to be. But I understand that because I have enough friends that are gay to understand that. But the whole idea of changing your persona to go along with what you think you want to be, it just doesn't make sense. I made you laugh. I'd say, well, darling, that's the way God made you. These bees don't leave me alone. I'm going to end up in the hospital, y'all. Then if she went further to say, well, so and so was a girl and she's a boy, I'd say, well, so mother, I'm yours when you're 18. You still feel that way. You have a job to support yourself, go for it. I mean, yeah, like I believe at 18 they can make that choice. I do believe by the time they're 18, even if they're male, they still can make that choice. Because, like I said, legally in the United States, you are able to join our military at 18, but that's about all you can do anymore. Like, I think they need to push that up to 21 too, though. Like, seriously. If you can't buy a cigarette or an alcoholic drink before the age of 21, how the hell can you join our military? It just doesn't make any sense. Mars, you want to come up for a few and talk? Circle Box left me. There's the link. If anybody wants to come up, grab the link and follow the instructions and it'll bring you up. I was mainly saying that for Tyler in case he wanted to come up and talk to me. He's like, hell, I'll come to your house and talk to you if I can get him out of the house. Yeah, no, last night. So was it last night? Yeah, last night when I told you to call the house phone, I was telling you to call me last night so that way we can be on the phone and talk, and I could still hear what they were doing in the chat because I needed to sit down because I was standing in the window and my legs were bothering me. Well, fine, I don't want you coming up anyway, woman. No, I was talking to Mars. Damn, I got an arm on me today, boy. Threw a damn bottle of water. I wasn't talking to you. I threw a bottle of water, tried to throw a bottle of water to my husband. It ended up backfiring and going behind me, and I still caught the bottle. Man, this dog is going to get hit by a car if you don't get out the road. What? Yeah, he's with the owner right there, but. What? Oh, you're fine, Mars. Go sit there and help him.
I'm waiting on him to get done what he's doing so I can hand him the seat. But like I was trying to tell you, that dog.
Hey, Corey, how are you, sweetheart? Right there. How are you, Corey? But yeah, we're gonna have to go a little bit more in depth. We're gonna do a live on Circle Box's channel, I think tomorrow or the next day, he said, as he informed me. But I think we might go more in depth on that conversation on his channel because I just don't think my channel is built for transgender conversation. What? Nope. No, sir. Whew. It was supposed to be like 70 something here in North Carolina too, but we're about to get some rain because these clouds are rolling in pretty damn quickly, and the wind's picking up. Why not? I don't know. I just feel like that would be one of those controversial, controversial. I can't say that word, damn it. But that word of a topic for my channel. I don't know. We might look into it a little bit more, but I just don't know if that. I'm so damn confused when it comes to that. Like I don't know what to think. Is this the last piece right here? Is this the last piece you're putting up for now? That's what I'm saying. Are these two the last so we can go to lunch? That's what I was asking. I just said why, dumbass. Do you not hear?
Because she's hungry.
I said, are these the last two so we can go to lunch? Go home and cook me a matzo ball. What? There ain't no more. I cooked it last night. There's like maybe a couple pieces of chicken breast and a couple pieces of turkey, and that's it. See, the bisexual thing, I don't really have an issue with because that could be a phase and fizzle out. The transgender, though, once you make that transition, there ain't no going back, especially for a guy. Like, I can understand the bisexual thing, though, because you're not changing your whole appearance, you know? You're not changing anything that God given you. You just don't know if you want to be with a girl or a guy. Yeah, no, that's that's one of those things. Like, how can you be something you don't even know what the hell you're talking about? You did, Corey. You did. We went from talking about some of the cases and trials that are going on. Last thing we said was something about Summer Wells, and then all of a sudden we got into a transgender. We got into a transgender topic, and that kind of it went from there because they were talking about this reality show about this guy that transitioned into a girl, but he started at the age of 3 years old. He told his parents, supposedly he told his parents that he was a girl and a guy, or he didn't have a male brain, he had a female brain. I don't see how the brain differs. Hold on, I gotta take this off. All right, so he basically, what it was said was that at 3 years old, he told his parents that he was a girl in a boy's body, which I don't understand how they even know it at that age. But then by 10 or 11, he was already taking hormone thingies, I guess, to switch his testosterone. And then by the time he was 16, between 16 and 18, he started transitioning into the female. Like, literally got his parts removed. And now, as Mars says, he whines and cries, or she whines and cries about it now. Like, how do you let a 3-year-old even make that decision? And that's the whole gist of it. The person that did the shooting was transgender. But I think about if she thought at 12 and knew what it meant, she might be to that point today. In her mind, like I said, she's free to decide when she's about 30. Yeah, I didn't know nothing about this. I mean, I read something about the jazz person, but I wasn't paying enough attention when I was reading, so it didn't go nowhere in my mind. And then my friend Circlebox brought it up, and we've got stuck on that topic ever since. I honestly go with the majority say that a parent that does that to a child at that age is definitely abusing that kid because, like I've said 100 times so far in this live, that a male's brain does not fully develop until they're like 25. And that's proven by medical doctors and therapists and all kinds of people. So, how can you allow a 3-year old to tell you that? And at 10 or 11, how do you start the transitioning? Like, I'll never understand that concept of a transgender. I promise you, with all of my being in her, I will never understand it. And maybe that's because I'm a little bit closed-minded on that subject. But it's just one of those things. Like, I don't know. I seriously don't know what people think about when they want to do this type of shit. So the Nashville shooter, the one that just happened last week, right? That the one you're talking about? The girl that did the shooting is actually a boy? Is that what you're saying, Corey? Because I'm kind of confused. I mean, I can't say I necessarily believe God made you that way, that you stay that way, because then that's when they say that gay people are an abomination and shit like that, which I don't believe because they're not changing themselves. They might change their appearance, but they're not changing themselves to be something else. So I don't know. Like, I don't believe. Oh, that worked. That worked. Okay, so we're talking about the same one. Like, I was pretty pissed off. Somebody had put up. Oh, it was JLR, of course. Fucking dumbass. Sorry, y'all. He is a dumbass. I don't. That would be one person I'll bash to the day he gets off YouTube. But he put up a post of the shooter, and then put a picture of Candace Wells right next to him. He's like, "Oh my God, it was Candace that did that." Like, so immature and so. Oh my God, I don't. That man. That man. That man. That man. That's when you can honestly say you cannot stand. The menu? That's cute. That's cute. What's so wrong? Wait, what did I say? What did I say? What did I say now? Wait, what don't you agree with the gay people? You're fine, baby. You didn't mean to do what? What is going on? What did I miss? What did I do? Yes, so much misinformation. Yes, let's just keep throwing them peanuts. That's all we're doing. When all we keep listening to all the bull that comes out of that case, we might as well just say we're throwing the elephants to peanuts because we're agreeing with what's going on. And in reality, we don't know shit. We don't know anything that's going on. Like everything is speculation and theory at this point. Going on 2 years, and we still are no further or no closer with details on Summer than we were when she first went missing. So, Mars, what did you mean by that? Okay, so you do think it's wrong to say, you said you don't agree with the gay people what I said about the gay people, which I'm not sure. And then you said, "Oh my God, that's so wrong, Dippy." What are you talking about, woman? And then you got Maisie apologizing too. What the heck? What did I say? It's not like I can backtrack and rewind myself. Oh, I didn't see you. Oh, wow. I didn't see you leave any comments, sweetheart. Hey, beautiful. So what what was I wrong about?
Hi, Maisie, did you time me out?
I think she did. That's what she said. She's so sorry.
Somebody time me out. How you time a mod out?
That's what she said.
You just
I'm
want me
so
to get up
sorry. I
out the
can't do that.
covers.
She said, "Yeah, she hasn't heard your voice in a while. She wants to hear you."
You just wanted me to get up here. Okay, now ask me those questions again. Start from the first one.
All right, you said, uh, where did you say? You said, "I don't agree with that about the gay people."
I don't agree that gay people shouldn't be gay. If they're gay, they're gay. But I do agree that you should keep the parts you got. Did you hear me?
So you don't. Yeah, I
I
heard
have
you. So
nothing
you,
against gay
so
people.
in other words,
I
you
have nothing
don't.
against gay people.
You just don't believe in their. You just don't believe in their lifestyle, right?
No, hey, different
So,
strokes for different folks. I don't. I have plenty. I have a lot of gay friends. I
God,
don't
I
believe
love
in
you.
changing your body for it. I don't believe in changing your body for it. If you were born with a vajayjay, you should keep your vajayjay. If you were born with a wee wee, you can keep your wee wee. I just think that's so wrong to change that part. It's just the way I think. I don't know. Okay, next question. Oh my God, she left me up here. She left me up here. She gets me up here and then she leaves. I don't get this. Turning my camera off. I cannot look at myself. I feel horrible. Yes, if you make that decision when you're an adult, but I don't think kids should be able to make it. And to me, anybody under 21 is a kid. I know it's changed to 18, blah, blah, blah. My kids never leave, so, as long as they're living under my roof, you're stuck with what you got.
I'm sorry, I lost signal somehow.
You left me.
I'm sorry. I didn't leave you alone.
You are forgiven.
Maisie said, I'm sorry. I'm putting my phone pen away.
Good. I was like, what the hell? I'm timed out. Who the heck timed me out? And I'm typing it in the thing, and I was like, I'll get her. I'll just get up there on panel. I'm trying to type in the thing. Who timed me out? Why'd you time me out?
I agree with you. If you make a decision as an adult, then you're stuck with that decision. But as a kid, that decision should not be made until that kid is old enough to make the decision.
And Maisie, no hurt feelings, honey. Really tired still. My leg hurts a lot.
Are you still on antibiotics?
Hell no. I wasn't on antibiotics for the whole last month I was there.
Yeah.
No, because I didn't see the doctor. I only saw him once, February 7th. But I go.
Weird.
Go ahead.
That's weird.
Yeah, I know. And he was just there to pump me full of opioids, I guess. Because that's all he ever did for me was my medications. Not just opioids. They gave me blood pressure medicine and other stuff. But,
yeah, I don't understand it at all. At all, Corey. Like, that's what I said. I don't know if it would be a good topic for my channel because I don't understand.
I agree. Oh.
Yeah. If it's not for a medical condition that's going to be like a life or death situation, then yeah. It's kind of like an abortion, like the only way I see an abortion would be even plausible is if you were raped or it was incest.
Oh, Maisie, I love you too. I would never take that offensively unless you really, really did it because you hated me.
Maisie's like, yeah, the first time I do something, I do it wrong.
Poor Maisie. No, poor Maisie.
Because I still haven't really, she knows the gist of how to do things as a mod, but I still haven't went like completely over things with her. Like I still haven't gave you guys, the shit that I want you guys to drop as mods. I haven't done none of that. So I feel like you guys have been mods long enough. You should know you can drop what the hell you need to drop. Like,
I've timed so many people out accidentally. It's actually, I don't even go in that chat anymore. I agree with you about the abortions too.
Yeah.
But don't they need parental permission?
Under
16?
I think it's under 18.
Under 18? I think it should be under 21.
I think a parent still has to be with you when you're 16.
I don't think it's 16. At 16, they're so emotional about the position they're in anyway that they can't think straight. I'm sorry. I don't think they're old enough. I'm all for that brain developing thing. Their brain doesn't really mature till they're like 21, 23.
I don't know. I've never really researched on the women's brain when we mature at the most. I know men do it at 25. I don't know what
25,
age
right?
Is it 25 for women too?
I'm going to look it up.
You look it up. You got an iPad sitting right next to you. I know you do.
The hell is he talking about? Oh, he's lecturing my nephew. It is so weird having a teenager in my fucking house, y'all. I am not used to this.
You have a teenager in your house.
My 16-year-old nephew's staying with me
Oh, cool.
until I decide to bring him back down to South Carolina.
Oh,
Might as
very
well
nice.
say he's more like my son because I've raised him on and off since he was 2.
Okay, well, we're not going to introduce him to Destiny.
What was that?
We're not going to introduce him to Destiny.
No. I don't think she would. I don't think he's her type of man.
Trust me, I'll put nothing past her.
She's too young anyway.
She's a sneaky little, very sneaky. Completely.
She's a girl.
Oh,
I know I was sneaky at her age. But then again, I was still also playing with baby dolls at her age. So kids nowadays don't know how to play with toys like we did.
I agree with you. These kids are allowed to make too many adult decisions at a young age, and I'm old school, and I'm not letting none of my kids do it.
Like there is so much like nowadays that I'm like watching these parents allow these kids to do whatever the hell they want, and I'm like, oh hell no. Like no. No. No.
I'm not talking to Dippy. TJ got a tattoo at 20 years old, and he was afraid to show me. He was afraid to show me because
I thought you said he got a
he'd be
new
mad,
one.
and I was like, TJ, yeah, you're 20.
I thought you said he got a new tattoo. I was like, ooh, what'd he get?
No, he got a tattoo. He's got a nice one. I don't even remember what it is, though. It's some saying that he likes, but he wants to get another one. He was like, can I get another one? I said, TJ, you're going to be 21 in August. You can do whatever you want to do, pretty much, you know. But
like
you're living in our
legally at
house.
18, you can get your own tattoo. You don't need permission.
Well, he knows that, but he also
No,
knows
I mean,
so.
but grandma.
Ma,
Grandma
they
don't
call me
play
Ma.
games. Ma don't play games like that.
I got mute out a second.
But yeah, like I think that nowadays, because of the child abuse thing, that they can call child abuse on you for anything anymore, that a lot of kids just get away with whatever the fuck they want to get away with because the parents are too scared of them calling the law on them. Me, I could care less. Call the law on me. I'm still gonna whoop your ass when they leave. If they don't take me, you better pray they take me with them, because if they don't take me or you with them, I am whooping your ass. My daughter's like, I'm gonna call 911. One time she was so funny. She like did something and I smacked the shit out of her. And she's like, I'm calling 911. I said, give me the phone. I'll dial. I said, I'll smack you so hard again that before you can dial 911, you'll be dialing 999. And she said, they don't even
I'll
make
hand them
sense.
a phone.
Right?
Pre-dial. What the heck?
Right? I'd do that too. I would definitely, like I told her, I'll call them for you. But you better pray that they take one of us out of this house, because after they leave, that's when you're going to be in the trouble.
And
that
I believe
smack
that.
I did, the smack I gave you to begin with. Oh shit! Wait, that's called the ambulance first. Yeah, it did. It started in the school system because they make it too easy for the kids to cry child abuse.
Listen, perfect example. Excuse me. Destiny was homeschooled for the last 2 years. She went back to school in August. And what has happened since August, Tippy?
Oh God.
Nothing but problems. Nothing but problems. And this kid was the perfect angel.
She was, well, I won't say perfect angel, but she was a very good kid. And she still is a good kid. her friends, she's more of a follower than a leader. So
yeah,
when her friends are like, "Oh, let's do this," Des is like, "Yeah, let's do that."
right.
That sounds like fun.
Because she's like Mama T. She wants to fit in. She wants to
Well, I
fit
can't
in.
touch on that base because I don't really know her. I don't know. I only know what I hear about her. I don't know
I
who
was
she
just
is.
using the fit in as an example.
Yeah.
And
Oh, I
something
got
that
you. That's
popped,
why I said I can't touch on that because I don't
right,
know her like that.
right. And that was the first thing that
But
popped.
yeah, I
Wanting to fit in.
understand completely what you're saying. Like, yeah, and it sucks. That sucks. Like that you feel like you have to do something like that to fit in.
Oh, you're
That
right.
has to suck
But
it.
get them involved in anything that you can outside of school and keep them busy. Yep, I agree with that.
Yeah, and I do too. And I mean, my daughter wouldn't do anything other than golf. Like that's all she wanted to ever do. Like I had her in cheerleading, I had her in softball, I had her in everything that I did growing up, and she didn't like none of it.
Mm.
But where we grew up, Mars, they also have the Pop Warner stuff. They don't have that down here.
Yeah.
So it's just a little bit harder.
It's true. They do have oh, Destiny's. Mine's going in cheerleading next year.
Is she gonna be cheerleading?
Yes.
Yay! I talked to her a long time about that damn cheerleading shit.
Sure did.
I'm glad she decided on it though.
Yeah, she did.
I'm really glad she decided on it. Like I told her like that or when she gets into high school, color guard would be good for her. I think she would actually do pretty good in like volleyball or softball.
And oh, that's right. I can't talk today. I'm sorry, guys. That's right. You know what? It's not about how many friends you got and how many people are on your side. You know, it's about how strong you are.
Right? It's not about the popularity.
Right.
Hell, I'm half-assed. I'm nowhere near popular.
Girl, I'm getting down from here because I cannot talk and I feel like a fool.
What do you mean? You're not a fool. You
Oh my
sound
God.
fine. Look, did you hear how many times I've stuttered and missed a beat because of my breathing?
Every time I open my mouth, I'm missing a beat.
Baby, that just comes with age.
No. I didn't bring any of that old fogey home with me. No. I left it there.
You owe me a cannoli, by the way.
A cannoli. Oh, get my mouth watering. Huh.
You owe me a cannoli.
Right,
Or tell Ed he owes
we'll
me a
get 'em.
cannoli. Tell Ed I said he owes me a cannoli. See what he says.
And he won't even answer me. And when I muted Eddie, he come to the door and he walked away. And he said he came to the door. He said, "Are you busy?" Sorry, he came to the door and said, "Are you busy?" And I was like, "I'm talking to Dippy. Why?" He said, "Okay, I'll be. Never mind." And he walked away. So I muted out and I called him and he didn't come back in here. I'm like, he doesn't even want to talk to me. Oh my God.
No, he just knows not to bother you while you're talking to me. Because it seems like every time somebody's talking to me, like one of their loved ones wants to come in or beep in or start talking while we're talking. I'm like, damn.
Watch how you
When's
say
my
love.
time? When's my time? Yes, even Corey said you sound fine, baby.
Oh, thank you, Corey.
It's just been one of those days. Like I wanted a stress-free live, which I've had, and everybody's about on the same damn page this live. So,
Almost 4 hours, girl.
well, I'm making up for lost time. I really haven't done no lives this month because of me being sick. So
I haven't done a live in, I think I've only done like 2 lives my whole thing.
I gotta start working on videos again, and I gotta start doing my lives again. It's so I don't want to do my lives when there's a whole bunch of other creators on them.
Yeah.
Then I'm definitely guaranteed nobody's gonna show up.
I've got a funny short that I have to put up that Heather sent me on her way to work one morning. It's funny as heck. I'm gonna put it up when we get down from here.
But I can I can tell you you're getting better because you haven't messaged me thinking I was your daughter. When you first started getting real sick, it was like quite often I was getting her texts. I'm like, if I was there, I would.
That was funny. You don't know how many times I've messaged my Heather and said the same thing, and she said the same thing to me. Mom, I don't know what you're talking about.
Like,
Mom, I'm
you
at work.
messaged the wrong Heather.
Mom, I'm at work. I'm like, oh my God. Anyway.
But I'm just glad all my girls are getting better. You're getting better. Cassie's getting better. Maisie's getting better.
Yep.
I'm just glad you guys I just wish Susan would get better now.
I have to go to the doctor's Monday.
Did I tell you FS has double pneumonia?
No.
Yeah, she has double walking pneumonia.
Wow, it's this freaking weather, I swear.
I was like, damn, woman, you're my fucking twin. We say that all the time that we're twins because it's like we have the same exact shit going on. Like on a daily basis, not just with the sickness, like everything. Yeah. We're like, she's my twin.
Right.
And because she told me as soon as I got out of the hospital, like I was talking to her on the phone and she sounded really bad. I was like, you need to take your ass to the hospital. She's like, no, because then they're going to keep me and tell me some other shit that I don't want to hear. And she's like, but then I got to work and this and this and that. And I was like, take your ass to the fucking hospital. And then she called me up and she's like, thank you. And I was like, what? She's like, I told you they were going to keep my ass.
Does that story sound familiar?
Yeah. Why do I have to keep informing people to go?
You had to threaten me with calling an ambulance yourself before I called.
Yep.
I was like, uh-oh.
I think I gave you till so many hours after that point, and I was like, I'm gonna call you.
Yep. You did, and I was like, I'm calling. That's it. I just hate hospitals. They poke me. They can never get a vein.
Oh, I know about that.
They blow my veins like crazy.
Oh my God, did I tell you what they did to me? So they, my veins collapse all the time too. They can't find a normal vein for me.
Right.
So they they had finally found one, and they were putting all the medicine in. They went to go put some potassium in because my potassium was really low. And as they did it, it blew my vein out just as they were getting ready to do it. And she walked out of the room and I was like, it was burning like a mug. And I was like, there's something wrong. So I called them back and they were like, what's going on? And I was like, I need my nurse in here ASAP because there is something wrong with my arm. So when she came back in, she's like, what's wrong? And I was like, it's burning like hell. And she's like, oh shit. So she took it out. She's like, I am so sorry. I didn't realize that it came out your vein. And I was like, I keep trying to tell y'all.
Did your arm swell up?
Oh yeah. It was swollen up for 3 days.
Yep. Yeah, they did the same thing to me. They put it in my wrist, on the inside of my wrist, and they're like, now you got to be really careful moving your wrist. Like, how am I supposed to be careful moving my wrist? That's a natural thing you do.
They didn't. They put it on the outside of my wrist. But they brought a damn what is it called? A sonogram. A sonogram into the room to find a good vein in my arm.
Yeah.
Because they couldn't find a vein.
The only good vein I got in the hospital was when they put me under. But they couldn't find the vein before they put me under. They gave me that Versage. I didn't even count to nothing. They didn't even tell me to count.
Well, I was out before I could even remember nothing.
And then they got me on the inside of my wrist, but it was a good one. I could move my arm and everything, and it stayed for the whole time I was there. It infiltrated the day before they took it out. The day before they were going to take it out. But yeah, and then my arm was swollen.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm just like, ugh, I don't want to ever go back to the hospital. But at least I was in a good hospital. I was in UNC, so
Uh-huh.
I was in a pretty decent hospital.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
The food sucks anymore. Like that was the main reason why I liked going to the hospital. The food was awesome. Now the food sucks.
Oh my God, the food at Randolph was fantastic. I wanted to DoorDash from the other place to the hospital for dinner. I was like, can I get dinner from Randolph? Can I DoorDash it here? Because in a nursing home, even though I was
in love with DoorDash while you were in there,
even though I was on the rehab floor, the kitchen isn't going to make 10 separate meals for the people that can eat.
Yeah.
No, everything was mush. It was disgusting.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you. I want to eat there either.
And the size portions they were giving out, it was like, oh my God, Destiny can eat more than this. And she's a picky eater.
Wow.
So now my stomach's all messed up because I came home and I started eating regular sized portions again. And I'm like, I'm going to blow up. I swear to God, I'm going to explode.
Well, see, the good thing about the hospital was we were allowed to order a tray. We were allowed, well, so you used to be able to order as many trays as you want every 30 minutes.
Wow.
But they stopped that at COVID and you were only allowed to get 4 trays a day.
Wow.
And I only got 3 because, you know, I gained more weight anyway while I was in there than I wanted to.
I lost 30 pounds.
Yeah. I wish I could lose that.
It had to be water.
Everybody was like, I can't believe you're hungry with your with you having pneumonia. I'm fucking starving. What are you talking about?
Doesn't stop your appetite.
I mean, it kind of controlled me from overeating there for a little bit, but I don't know. It was like every time my husband came, I was like, I'm hungry. I want real food. The day that my daughter came up to spend the night with me, we ended up ordering pizza from one of these pizza places out there.
I hate the pizza down here.
It wasn't as good as I remembered the pizza place being.
Yeah.
So my daughter ate most of it. I didn't eat very much.
Oh,
I even offered it to the nurses. I'm like, you guys want some pizza? Come on and hurry up. I'm hungry and I'm ready to go home. Although I'm not going home. I got to stay here with them so my nephew works because he wants to keep running his mouth and talking shit while I'm not around and not doing nothing. So while I'm here, he works and he minds his manners.
Mm-hmm.
Because he knows Aunt Heather will smack him dead across the head and don't give a shit.
Right?
Hello, Shuck. How are you, babe? 30 pounds.
Yeah, I did. Lost 30 pounds.
Well, she wasn't big anyway, so 30 pounds probably made her a little bit smaller.
Not much, though, because my pants still fit me.
Hey, it might have been 30 pounds in her head.
No, I think it was 30 pounds of water. I showed her twice. I do. I think it was 30 pounds of fluid. I really do. Because
you're fine, babe.
30 pounds in 12 days. But from the time I was in the hospital till the time I got to the rehab, that scale showed I lost 30 pounds. I was 204 pounds.
She was really sick there for a little bit.
I had sepsis.
And she's lucky she went to the hospital when I told her to go.
And yeah, because you'd probably be mourning me now. It was bad.
It was like, well, that's what they told me when I went to the hospital too. They were like, well, if you would have waited a day later, you might not have been here. That's how bad it was in my lung.
Ugh.
I need to go home and do a breathing treatment is what I need to do.
What's really weird is I don't remember the first like 5 days at the hospital. And then I don't remember like the first 4 days at that other place.
All right. Thank you for coming in and staying with us. I love your face so much.
See you later. Oh, nice talking to you again.
It was kind of weird because Miss Pam left and then you popped in.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, that was like on a rotation, right?
Right.
How are you doing, Shug? How is the baby doing? Yeah, sepsis is not something you want to really mess with. That's because they were worried that I had some kind of infection in my body because my white blood cell count was high, like extremely high.
Well, they were going to chop my leg off. I lucked out because the infection wasn't in my bone. It was in my blood, but it wasn't in my bone.
Yeah, when you told me that, man, you really had me believing it at first. I was
Believe
like,
it or not.
they did not. I was like, she's lying to me.
They were going to cut it off.
No, you told me they cut it off.
I did?
Yes.
See? Told you I was sick.
I got the receipt on that. I'll show you the receipt on that one. I was like, no, she's lying to me.
I told them they could
I don't
cut
know.
it off. I begged them to cut it off.
Yeah, but you told me they actually did. And I was like,
Hey, I'd be all right. My luck, I
You'd be
get
the
phantom
hobbit.
pains. Huh?
You'd just be a hobbit.
Do what?
You'd be a hobble.
So what? I'd still have a leg to stand on.
That was too much.
Hey, I've seen some really good like athletes and stuff with both friggin' legs cut off.
You know how long it took them to retrain themselves to walk on a leg? Well, I mean, not to be shitty or nothing, but you can barely get people to help you now.
Then I would have been in a really good rehab.
Not necessarily.
Oh yeah, because I would have fought for that crap. I was like, I can't go home like this. Are you kidding me? You gotta put me somewhere to teach me how to walk.
Oh wow. I am so happy for you. I'm so glad. Oh Lord, that's bad. Because usually when your kidney shuts down, that's it. Like you better be praying to the Lord.
Yeah. Oh, I was probably pretty close. I know my urine was like, it was so dark. It was orange. It was.
That's what my dad was when he passed. It was cloudy and orange.
It was bad.
Come on, Daniel Lewis.
All right, I'm gonna get down. I gotta go.
Fine.
I gotta figure out what's going on here.
Oh. All right, I love you.
Because I'd like to eat dinner before 10 o'clock tonight. I love you too.
It's only 2:30.
I know, but if I don't plan it now,
No,
you'll
won't
be
get
able
ready.
to get it, and we'll be sitting here at 7 o'clock saying, "What do you want for dinner?"
That's what me and Dan do all the time. I'm like, what do you want for dinner? He's like, I don't know. What do you want? You're the picky one, not me.
I'd be like, I wanted dinner 2 hours ago. That's what I wanted. Love you guys.
You know what my answer would be, though. I want pizza.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but like I always want fucking pizza. Don't ask me what I want to eat because that's gonna be my answer. Everybody knows that, but like I'm not even asking for no more.
Right. All right. I love you guys. Love you, Deb.
Love you.
I will talk to you later.
All right, sweetie.
Bye.
Yeah, what kind of birthday party are you gonna do for the baby, Sugar? Sugar. What's Little Rugrats theme gonna be? Oh my God, y'all. I've been online 4 hours. 4 hours I've been on this damn live. Good conversation gets you lost all the time. Aw, unicorns. That's what my niece had. My one niece had her birthday was all unicorned out. Like they found balloons that stood up, like you put together, and it was like a unicorn, like a little stand-up unicorn balloon. It was so cute. Ooh, that sounds interesting, Corey. I'm not a big pork eater, so that doesn't. But I don't. Chow mein. They're that's noodles, ain't it? You can tell I'm not a very big Chinese person either. I like when I go to the Chinese restaurant, I like sweet and sour chicken, uh teriyaki chicken, that's the chicken on the stick, I think. And I like the red boneless spare ribs. They're like little red pieces of spare ribs. I love them. And I love egg rolls. Like when I got out of the hospital, the first day I got out of the hospital, my husband's like, "Are you hungry?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "What do you want?" I said, "I could really go for an egg roll." So when I put the order in, I ordered 10 fucking egg rolls. He ate one. I think my nephew ate two, and I ate the rest. I ate eight egg rolls within a day and a half. Oh yeah, send me the pictures. I bet you she's gonna look so adorable. I want to see it on her too, by the way. Yeah, that's what I thought they were, noodles. I'm not a big noodle person when it comes to Chinese food, Korean, Japanese, nothing like that. Matter of fact, like I don't even eat Japanese food. Like I'll go and order chicken, plain chicken and rice. That's me, like any food that I'm not accustomed to. If they have chicken and rice, just give me chicken, plain rice. Plain chicken, plain rice. I do it at the Mexican restaurants too. Like they have something called an AP meal here, and it's chicken and cheese with rice and some other stuff. And I just tell them I just want the chicken and rice. What tortillas? Flour tortillas. See, orange chicken. I think I've had that before. I know I've had sesame chicken, but I won't eat sesame chicken anymore because no, it's not sesame. Is it sesame seeds or is it poppy seeds? No, it's poppy seeds. I had a bagel one time that had poppy seeds on it, and I went for a job interview or something and I had to take a drug test, and it gave me a faint positive for THC, and I wasn't even smoking at this time because I knew I needed the job. So I quit smoking pot for the time being so I could get the job. I'm like, how the hell do I still have it in my system? I didn't weigh very much, so normally it'll stick to your fat cells. And I weighed maybe 100 pounds at this time. But see, I'm like my body shape, even if I was 100 pounds, I would still look like I weighed more because my butt is so big. Like they used to tease me when I was in school and say that I was a white girl trapped in a black girl's body because I had a black girl's butt back in the day. Well, I still do. My butt is a big bubble butt, and that's what everybody calls it. They call it the bubble. Like, shut up, leave me alone. But it's my favorite asset. I love my butt. Oh, you were born overseas. Cool. Bacon nuggets, smashed cupcakes with the little edible ones inside of them, and blue. Whoa, wait, what? but making bacon nuggets smashed cupcakes with. I'm confused on that. So, okay, I will. I will. I'll at least post one of her address. Hello, Discovery. How are you? I have no idea, but that was the last thing I ate, and I didn't smoke for like 2, 3 weeks before I had that drug test. It might have been a sesame seed. I don't know. It's either poppy or sesame seeds that gives you a fake positive. Yeah, I'm doing better. I've never heard of a smash cake or a smash cupcake unless you like smash it yourself. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't remember if it was poppy seed or if it was a um sesame seed. It was one of them. How long have you been listening for, Discovery? Dan, you got the bag that Heather just gave you. Oh, so you mean like a little cake that she can herself? Because I know, like on their first birthdays, you normally have one cake for everybody to eat, and then you have like a smaller cake just for them.
It was an open pack that he fucking dropped.
Watch your mouth. Okay, I gotcha. Gotcha. We had one for my daughter, but she was scared to touch it. And then once we showed her that she can, we put our hands in it and stuff, she was all for it. And then everything, I had to put a drop cloth, like old sheet underneath her chair at the time, so that way she didn't get it all over the friggin' tile floor. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to do Easter no more because all the kids are grown. Like my youngest, I don't know, I'm not doing it for my nieces and nephew this year like I usually do. But normally I would do it for the ones that are like under 10. And I think I only have like 3 under 10 this year. So, and I don't really want to go shopping and I don't feel like doing it this year. If my daughter was still little, I'd do it, or my nephew was little, I'd still do it. But my daughter and him are both old enough to where I can give them a bag of candy and they'd be happy. How do you make 2-layer cupcakes? I'm confused. I know how you make different level cakes, but how do you do that in a cupcake? Yeah, you are right with that. Like, I love chocolate, but I can't. I'm allergic to it. I cannot eat chocolate. I eat very little bits every now and then, but I can't like go over a pound a month per se. I don't know exactly how much it is, but if I eat way too much, I start looking like the marshmallow man. Shit, I would have not spent that much on Easter, especially with the birthdays both coming up. That's crazy, sugar. Yeah, there. I mean, does he like Peeps Discovery? I don't know very many people that do anymore. But somebody was telling me that you can use the Peeps to make s'mores. Did you guys know that? I never knew that. Not that I would do it anyway, because you know that most of the Peeps have a flavor to them now. I just can't do them.
On camera. Okay.
Put one flavor on top of the other and bake it. Oh, okay. All right, I got you. I never thought of doing that though. God, yeah, I understand that. My niece is autism is on the autism spectrum, and she's very funny with food. She's very funny with everything. Like she'll sit there and cover her ears and walk around like that, like holding stuff in her hand and still trying to cover her ears at the same time. It's like, what are you doing, child? And they like totally let her get her way because of it. And I'm like, dude. Like they don't believe in any type of form of punishment at all. It's unrealistic. Like I don't understand that at all. I can't stand Peeps. Yeah, I don't like them. My dad used to love them damn things. He got me into eating the snowballs. You know, the chocolate cupcakes with the marshmallow and coconut on the outside. Now I can eat the heck out of that, the outside anyway. But as far as Peeps, I can't do it. Like I don't know if it's a texture thing or just the taste of them. I'm just not one of those type of people. He doesn't like mashed potatoes. Oh, me and him are not going to get along. There's not really any type of potato that I don't like. I love potatoes, especially mashed potatoes. Well, they got all different flavors now. Like I seen some the other day that was like Dr. Pepper flavor, and then I seen a dill pickle flavored one, and I was like, what in the world? Ew, gross. Come on, gross. Like they're making more and more things with like weird flavors. Like I saw something that was buffalo chicken flavor, and I was like, like ew, like seriously gross. Yes, I seen that on Facebook, Corey. I seen that too. Oh, I'm not a big gravy on my mashed potatoes either, unless it's like at a restaurant. If I'm at home, honestly, I personally like ketchup with my mashed potatoes, but because my husband does it, he sits there and makes fun of me when I do that. So I used to, when I was a kid, I used to eat ketchup on just about everything. Macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes, steak, it didn't matter, chicken. I ate ketchup on just about everything. And I continued it as an adult, but my husband will make fun of me only because I make fun of some of the things he eats. Because I'm from New York, so I'm a city girl, and all I know is city cooking. So moving down to North Carolina and getting with my husband, his family is like backwoods country. Like the most of his life, he was raised to you don't eat if you don't catch your own food, like or plant or grow your own food type stuff. Like his dad was an avid hunter and farmer, like vegetable farmer, I guess. And so they always either killed their own food or they planted their own food. They never like I can't say they didn't go food shopping. They did, but It was more or less they caught their meats. Like there was times where they like had a farm where our house is used to be pasture, a pasture and a grow field. So yeah, they used to have pigs and cows and all kinds of chickens and all kinds of shit. So they would take the hogs to the hog farm and have them killed until they figured out how to do it themselves, and then they started doing it themselves and hanging it in the smokehouse. Yeah, I don't think I could have ever done shit like that. Like, nah, I'm not a big hunter anyway. Like, I'm not a gun person, so when it comes to killing my own food, no, I'm good. Like, I can't sit there and raise it and then kill it to eat it. No, I'm good. My husband likes cheese in his mashed potatoes too. Oh, Brussels sprouts is my favorite. That is my absolute favorite. I ate a whole thing of. I bought you know how like they have the Jolly Green Giant, I think it's or Bird's Eye, matter of fact, and they're the ones that you put in the microwave. They're in a little pouch. Well, I bought one with broccoli and cheese for my husband and my nephew, and I bought a box of Brussels sprouts for myself. And my husband's like, "Oh, well, that's good. You have something to snack on tomorrow." I was like, "Yeah, right." And he's like, "What?" I was like, "These ain't gonna make it past dinner. What are you talking about?" I ate the hell out of them. I love it. Yeah, if you can find formula half of the time, you're lucky. No scrambled eggs, no mashed potatoes, no noodles, but he'll eat some yogurt. Yeah, I can't do scrambled eggs without ketchup either. Welcome back, Maze. I just want to say, yeah, I was raised on a farm and the land wasn't only food, but competition between family and friends. Yeah, it is. That's how they were. They're like, oh, let's see how many horns we can get on the deer or how much it weighed. They even do it with the fishes. My fish was bigger than yours. Is Ladybug okay? Yeah, my dogs like them too. I mean, I've never had them sauteed, but usually if you saute something, don't you usually put onions with it? If that's the case, that's probably why I've never had it because I'm allergic to onions too. But which sucks because there's onions in just about everything on the shelves these days. So when it comes to like things, certain things, I have to make it from at home from scratch because of the onions in it. Now I can do onion powder, but I can't do like dehydrated onions. I can't do real onions, but I can do the powder because I'm not using as much as I would have to if I used um, regular stuff out of the store. Oh yeah, they're expensive. I mean, my sister-in-law said she went and bought because she usually breastfeeds. So normally, that's the cheapest way to go. But we had to get a thing of formula for my mother-in-law's house for the baby because sometimes she'll only bring like enough bottles to for a couple feed-ins. And my niece is what 8 months old and they're still only giving her 4-ounce bottles. And I'm like, are you no juice, no water, just formula? And like we finally about a month and a half ago had to start bugging them to like give her real food because they're like, we can't figure out why she's not full off the formula. And I'm like, hello, she's 6, 7 months old. She wants real food. I don't blame her there. Like, feed her real food. Hey.
Looking nice.
I don't know. Somebody just showed up to look at the house, I guess. Yeah. I love going catfishing with my husband because we do it overnight, but he sets lines to catch them, and we use live bait, which we're not supposed to, but we do. I don't like because everything he catches, he eats. So, like when I go fishing with him, if we catch a blue catfish, I make him put it back. I'm like, you're not gonna kill the blue ones. You can't. They're too cute. I was like, you can catch the channel catch you can have all day long. Don't touch my blues. Yeah. So, well, we finally got them to start giving her real food, and she sleeps better. She's happier. Now I just got to convince them into giving her some water or some juice because, she doesn't want just milk all the time. And not to mention, it's a 4-ounce bottle. What the hell is a 4-ounce bottle going to do for an 8-month-old? It's crazy. Yeah, see, I don't know why they won't give them, give her Beyonda. Yeah, my daughter used to do that. I remember one time my mom likes liver and onions. I cannot stand liver. She loves beef liver and onions. And one day my mom had cut up an onion and peeled it and stuff and sat it on the counter. And my daughter had come home from school and thought it was her apple. And she picked it up and started eating it. I've never in my life seen my child. The face on her was so funny. It was just so, oh God. I wish you guys could have seen that face on that child when she realized it was not an apple. But then again, this is a child that also would go in the refrigerator and take a stick of butter or margarine and start eating it. I'm like, ew, give me that. Like, no. Hey, CJ, did Dan know she took that? Okay. I was just asking.
I told him when I walked around the corner. He was like, that's fine. I told him it was just the rip pieces that we weren't going to do nothing with. I told her to be very fucking careful with it too.
Yeah. I understand that about your son, Discovery. Like, it's got to be hard. It really does. I can only imagine. No, I can't even imagine what you deal with on a daily. Tell him I got his cup. Yeah, when I gave her juice, I give her juice. I give her water. Like I was feeding her food before they actually agreed to it. I've raised too many damn kids. I know what they can and cannot do and what they can and cannot eat. Like it's just crazy. And what's weird about it, this is their second kid, not their first. So like, you should know better by now. But I would take like the juicy juice that they get for their older one, and I would take a 4-ounce bottle and put like 2 ounces of juice and then 2 ounces of water. Or even if I just did like a 3-ounce bottle, it'd be half and half. Like I wouldn't, because she needed more than just formula, in my opinion. Yeah, my husband's been going fishing lately. I miss it too. I'm not allowed to do anything like that until I get better. So I'm kind of screwed. And I can't wait because I want to go camping. I miss camping. Why isn't that moving? We got a lot of fishing ponds around here. Just you gotta have to go into them. Yeah, your son's safety, no matter what, is always number one. So you know this. And you are a great mama too. Because I don't think I can honestly do it. Like I've never been put in that position, so I can't say for sure, but in my opinion, I don't think I can do it. Oh, I can't do no tongue liver. None. My mom, when I was little, she used to tell me it was steak. So, I'd eat a couple bites here and there, but of course it was doused in ketchup. But then when I got old enough to realize that it was not steak, and I have not ate it since. If you get beef liver, all you have to do is you put a little bit of oil, enough to coat the frying pan, and then you put it in the frying pan and just cook it up like that. Just brown it up, and you put the onions and the onions, the liver, and if you want mushrooms or whatever else you want in it, you just mix it all together like a stir fry type thing. I don't know if I can do that right now or not, honey. I think I have to have it pre-uploaded in order to do that. God, Lord, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I don't, I don't know how you do it. It looks good, sweetheart. It looks good. You know?
Nick, I done it. I know it looks good. Ain't no fuck shit. Everybody be stopping my head on like, damn, he's doing awesome when they stay at home. That's why they fucking big keep stopping by with me doing.
That's not right. That's like, I don't understand how they can even do that. Like, how is he supposed to learn? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, they would only allow him at school for an hour a day. Like, I mean, I understand because of his issues and stuff, but how is he supposed to learn like a regular, I mean, even though he has the autism and the, the, the autism he has is not one of the easier ones to deal with, but how do they expect him to even remotely be able to live in society if they can't teach him? That's what I don't understand about it. And homeschool not necessarily a good thing to do either. Excuse me. It took me a long time to get over my anxiety about going places and going after COVID. Like, I still won't go into Walmart. Like, I hate Walmart. That is like the main store I cannot stand. I hate Walmart. But there's other restaurants and stores that I still haven't been in since COVID. And I feel like Walmart is a breeding ground for any sickness. Not necessarily COVID, but any type of sickness. What are you talking about, Maisie? Okay. I just they just came through. Yeah, I don't like the taste and I don't like the texture of it. Yeah, my anxiety is like really it's right now hotter. Like with my breathing issues, it's been a lot worse than it has been in the past. And I can't